Hello everyone and welcome to today's session. I am Pratik Shinde and I will be your learner success manager for today's session. So before we jump in, please make sure, please make confirm that if my voice is loud and clear, you can type yes in the chat. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. Today marks our final session, and I want to thank you for your active participation and patience throughout the training. We hope this journey has been insightful and has equipped you to successfully complete your project. If you have attended our first session, you can request for the digital key if you haven't already. Simplify, go to the digital key tab in the LMS portal under the profile section to request the digital key. If your purchase includes a membership and exam voucher, ensure that application is submitted and approved by PMI before claiming them. You can request the voucher through the exam tab in your LMS account. Once you have requested the voucher, our exam assistance team will guide you. Note that the exam voucher are now set as invite. So for step-by-step guide on submitting PMI application, watch the PMI application assistance video in your LMS account under the self-learning tab. We would also love to hear your feedback. Sharing your experience on social media will not only motivate us but also help our trainer and team to improve future session. Now let's get started. Let's do a quick audio check with our trainer. Hi Ranjita ma'am, can you confirm if you can hear me loud and clear?
Yes, Pratik. Very good afternoon. You are loud and clear. Just confirm if I am also audible.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you as well. Now I will make you the presenter so you can begin with the session.
All right. Very good afternoon, good morning, good evening, team. Hope you people are doing great. And today marks our final session, and we are going to talk about our remaining topic, that is the managing conflict and training, coaching, mentorship. And then how do we monitor and close our project? Gunjan, all the sessions are there on the LMS. If you see under your live class tab, you can see all the classes, videos, right? Gunjan, all the sessions are available in your LMS portal. Wait, see, if you go to your LMS portal, you have your live classes tab. Under live classes, only my class, you will find it. Okay, all the classes recording would be there. You will find this play button with date wise, which you can play and watch. If you're still struggling with the problem, you can raise a support ticket. Our support team will help you, right? So we'll talk about our monitoring and controlling process also, where we, as we discuss, it is all nothing but whatever plan we have decided. Now we have to monitor those plans. And most important topic is the C1, and how do we manage the changes. This is what is the important topic in this particular chapter, and a very small topic on wrapping up the things and our PMP application. This is what we would be doing today, and I will be giving you the complete template sample documents for your application, though we do have a dedicated video for this application part, but along with that all the sample templates that you can make use of, and how you are going to fill that application, I'll just give you the live demo also, how you can use it on the PMI website. So before that, let's just complete our remaining topics from our fourth chapter, that is the training, coaching, mentorship, and our managing conflict. So all of us very well know that project manager role is not just to manage the project work or to get the task completed, but you have to create a kind of an environment where people can continuously learn and share, they can continuously improve, and this is how they feel valued also. And even it is one of the more kind of a characteristics for motivating our team as well. So as a project leader, as a project manager, we have to just engage in the continuous learning, how we can share our knowledge with the team members, or how people are going to interact and collaborate with each other. So we have to encourage this for our team member to take advantages of all these sessions, the collaboration activities, our training sessions, mentorship. These opportunities is definitely going to develop their skills. So this is how everyone in the team, including your stakeholders, team members, customers, are a part of continuous learning. Customers, how come? Because once you are going to implement the product or the services at their end, so they need to have some kind of a trainings and the other things to use it effectively, or to get that benefit also efficiently. So we do know that there are some dedicated roles like your agile coach, scrum master, who are just inculcating these scrum frameworks, agile methodologies with all the organization people as well as our team. But it is not that always you need a scrum master or an agile coach. We just as a team part also share each other's learning with during our project part also. So the three things are there: training, coaching, and mentorship. The key difference between three is what? Because all of us have experienced all these three in our career, isn't it? Training is mainly where we are focusing on enhancing some skill, some new learning, some new area. That is what is, we want to have some specific skill or knowledge. Maybe we just want to learn to develop the Gantt charts, or to use this Jira software, isn't it? So this is what is the main goal of training. We just want to have some specific skills so that we can enhance our job performance also. So mainly it is going to be having a structured approach, isn't it? We have a defined curriculum, specific modules, specific timelines. This is how we are doing our training, isn't it? Maybe just like you people are doing it just to get the training on the PMBOK concepts, the PMP concepts. That is what we have. Now, coaching is basically where people are trying to improve their performance. It is a kind of a group coaching also, individual coaching also. So we just want to enhance our strength, what we have done it, isn't it? So it is a kind of, you just set up your goal that okay, by this timeline I should have this kind of a performance should be maintained by me. This is what we set our goals to apply those new skills that we have gained through the training by further uh, team or individual experiences. Then comes the mentorship. Mentorship is basically long term professional growth. It is where, as a senior leader or a manager, you are just guiding your mentee for his career growth, how he can grow in his career. Maybe this mentorship can be for anything, not only for career path, or maybe to improve his leadership qualities also, some career advice, some kind of a personal development discussions. This is what it happens between an experienced person and a less experienced person. Exactly, Ankit. Training is just where we are learning new skills. Coaching is where we are applying these skills into our profession. And mentorship is a long term relationship that we have to show the path to our junior members, junior team members, where we are just going to have a kind of a long term relationship. That is the core difference between the three. Now, we all know what is the value of training, and usually, PMI says that training should be conducted once you are near to implementation of that work. Timing is the key. Always we need to conduct this training session just before you are working on those new solutions or a system is going to be implemented, so that everything will remain fresh in the mind and people can make use of that new knowledge effectively. So we know that knowledge is something which is an asset. So we have to conduct a cost benefit analysis to determine the potential value in the cost saving. Just like you know that if you want to have a kind of some investing in your training, so you should save some cost, no, by reducing the need of that outsourced labor. And also we know that it is going to encourage everyone for learning and developing ourselves or as a team also. So this is how we are doing it through workshops, other things, and it is always going to increase the team's quality, because by learning some new things, by getting more knowledge, we are definitely going to work with more effectiveness, and it is going to be reflecting in our output of that work. That is what we know, and it is going to help us in building the relationship and trust with the stakeholders and team member. Trainings will always boost the performance of our team, and also it is going to increase the motivation also, isn't it? Now there are various formats, or you can say methodologies, that we use. So those methodologies would be in a kind of a very versatile way. You have your delivery model, instructor-led classroom where physically or co-located we are doing those training program. It could be a virtual classroom, that is what we are doing it right now. It could be a self-paced e-learning, isn't it? Just like you have in your LMS all the self-paced videos, or you go through some other way, YouTube, other channel. So we are just learning those self-paced e-learning through some videos or through some exercises. Then we have these document reviews. Some learning we do when we want to understand about some new guidelines or maybe some other things, so we can just read our documents, we can just go through our historical data. That also gives us some kind of a new learning. Then we have the interactive simulations. It is just, we know, nowadays most so many organizations are offering you this simulation lab. Just imagine our LMS mock, that is also interactive simulation, which is just going to give us a kind of a environment, that the way you are going to face your PMP exam, that is what is you are going to get with that interactive simulation. How we are going to do, isn't it? Pilots are getting trained on this simulated environment. All that things are there by which we can always enhance our learning. And this is nothing but your job shadowing, experiential learning that we get along with our job, isn't it? We have our interns and all, so they're just going to understand the way by observation, by working together with the senior managers. This is how we have our on the job training. So we need to first see what methodology or what model we have to choose for what kind of a training. So on that way we have to, so it is not that always we go for the instructor-led classroom or a virtual classroom. This is what we need to say based on our requirement, what model will work. And when you are doing this training program, if you feel that something couldn't work well, that is what we can always review once we measure our training outcome. When it comes to the agile, so where we more focus on the coaching. So agile team have a two level of coaching. One is the team coaching, one is the individual coaching. So that is more common than your training or the mentorship. So mainly when we say, because team members are coached in a particular skills, because we know that they have to get the particular work done. So we have most of the time during our sprint. So we know that we have a sprint for 4 weeks or 2 weeks. So in the initial, we have our sprint planning meeting, and we have our review and the retrospective meeting. So most of the time, like initially once we have at the end, we are not having a kind of an individual coaching. It is mostly we have the whole team is involved. So this is how we say whole team coaching would be the maximum during your beginning of the sprint and at the end of the sprint. Individual coaching is pauses at that time, but once our sprint is executing, at that time one-on-one coaching is being preferred. So this is how, based on that requirement, we know that that is what we are discussing during our daily scrum. So this is how one-on-one coaching happens in our mid of the sprint. So mid of the sprint, we have mostly the individual coaching, and at the end it is whole team, and in the beginning also it is the whole team. This is what this graph also shows. For individual coaching, it is always not going to happen in the beginning, and as well as in the end. But whole team coaching is we going to have in the early stage and at the end of our iteration or the sprint. So whenever we are doing this, as we all know, it has to be one on one, and we all have to collaborate, be frank, and with compassionate coach, you have to always support and help people. So maybe it is not always that Scrum Master is coaching the team member. It is how we all help and support each other wherever it is possible. And after that training program, you also have to acknowledge that completion, isn't it? So post training performance is very, very important. So we need to evaluate with what objective we have thought of that after this training, people will be able to perform with that expectation. So you need to measure. So there are so many ways, no, maybe the certifications are there. There are some badges which is provided by some awarding body. Once you give your PMP exam, so PMI gives you that PMP certification. They'll also give you one badge for PMP certified, isn't it? So this just proves that you have got that skill now with you. That is what like so many certifications are going to acknowledge that yes, the outcome has been achieved. And in case it is not successfully achieved, that is what you would be discussing during your retrospective meeting or the lessons learning meeting, so that what went wrong, how we could have improved, all that thing goes into our lessons learned register, so that we can always take that guidance or the learning from that for our future. This is what is going to be your measuring your training outcome. So this was a small topic. Yes, in the retrospective, everything what has to be improved, right? In the retrospective, even when we talk about, we just inspect and adapt for our processes, product, or team. So if we find that our collaboration, our communication was not good, even that also we discuss in our retrospective, all the improvement, because we know that transparency, inspection, and adaptation, these are the three pillar of Scrum. So inspect and adapt is how we are doing it. Even during our Scrum review meeting, we are just inspecting and adapting our processes, whether we are progressing correctly or not. And when we do our, this is the daily Scrum, and when we do our review meeting, there also we are inspecting and adapting our product, isn't it? What goal we had taken, what were the feedback, what were the errors. So that is what we are reviewing there, inspecting and adapting our processes, product, sorry, here we are just inspecting our product. In the retrospective, you are inspecting and adapting your process also, product also, and your people also, team also. If we find that our estimation was not effective, so we just evaluate there. So that is what everybody will come up with their ideas, and we just decide what now we have to focus first. If we have got 10 points collected, yes, retrospective is the ceremony for just assessing our processes, people, and product, everything, whatever improvement you want to do. If you want to improve your communication, team communication, we can discuss in the retrospective. If we want to improve on our any of the processes, we'll discuss everything. For any improvement, how we can continuously improve, how the team can improve, how our processes can improve, all that thing we discuss in our retrospective meetings. Now, the last topic and important topic, managing conflict. What do you mean by conflict? Are the conflicts good or bad? Disagreements, exactly. Differences in opinion. It is simply means that two people have difference of opinion, isn't it? So this is what majority of the time, yeah, exactly. Because this is what we say, once there is a difference in opinion. So this is why we are giving them a kind of a psychological safe environment, so that if there is no conflict in our team, that means something is missing. Because wherever people are there, we know that we will have a different voices, but that is always now giving us a different perspective of thinking. We can always have a very innovation in our project also. So but we have to ensure that we need to manage those conflict effectively, because that escalation, the level of that conflict should not escalate. This is what we will discuss. So here, because when people are doing the brainstorming, they are always learning something new. So ineffective conflict management may sometimes lead to the destructive behavior, even animosity, poor performance of our team, reduced productivity. If team members are not interacting with each other and they're just working in silos, might be this way we will not be able to get the good results also, because we need to work as a cohesive team, and team accomplishment is what is very very important. So in if we have to know that effective conflict management is going to have a better understanding, better performance, as well as our productivity also is going to increase. Now who is responsible? When we say in the adaptive, it is the team, because already team is going to facilitate their conflict resolution sessions, because we are working as a self organized team, so we all together sit and find out a way. But in the case of predictive project, as a project manager, you are going to give a kind of a direction for handling those conflict through your interpersonal skills as well as servant leadership. In the hybrid also, all team members and stakeholders are responsible for managing the conflict. So now what are those causes? How and why, like, you have these difference in opinion? What is the main source, major source you find that in your project scenario you have faced, that so many difference in opinions are there, or so many issues you get on majority of the reason is what? So if you look at this slide, won't you feel that these could be some of those situations, some of those reasons where we may have a conflict because of our competition, difference in objectives, values, perceptions? This could be ideological sometimes. We do have people are not having the satisfaction, or they are not happy with their roles and the requirements. Maybe they are having some kind of a resource issues, they are not having the new team members, because project is again new, but team is also not, they have experienced of working together. This is what may be the reason. There would be sometimes conflict because of the missed communication or poor communication. That is also is a kind of a source of conflict that we have. So what could be those uh, approach or those solutions that you can do? So as we know, in our predictive project already we have defined our team charter, ground rules, so that will at least give some kind of a guidance for minimizing those people related issues related to at least our behavioral guidance, our expectations part. That is what it will give some kind of a direction, some kind of a minimize we can do in this case of, so by setting our ground rules. And agile teams always have their own ways of working. They are just going to define their own strategies, because this is how they just go and discuss face to face with each other to find out the solution. Whenever this is a kind of a thing, so this is how the team is going to have. And one important thing, always focus on the issues, not on the individual when you are handling the conflicts, because most of the time once we have any issue with the people, so we just consider that personalities also, isn't it? But it is not a correct way. Always focus on the issue rather than on the individuals when you are handling the conflict. Now let's talk about those level, because the conflict levels could be from very, what you can say, very minor level, very mild disagreement, to a destructive conflict. That is what we call as a world war situation. So this speed layers level of conflict model is one of the most popular model. Just consider a situation of a fire escalating, which just starts from a very minor spark till a huge fire. So that is what we have a first level, which we call as a mild level of conflict, or rather it is a kind of a problem to solve situation. We will not say it is a kind of a conflict. Actually it is just a kind of some rational disagreement, no, some differing ideas, isn't it? Might be one team member says, hey, I want to prefer method 1, method A we should prefer. Other people's team member says, hey, I prefer to work with method B. So they are just having a very calm discussion. It is all like healthy discussion is going on. So communication is good, and their trust is there with them, and it is a kind of some logical argument which is happening. This is what we call as a problem to solve. So with their discussion, they themselves will be able to find out the solution, that what method they should prefer. This is what is a kind of a first level, mild level, where we are just having some open communication to discuss that. Then comes your level 2, that we call as a moderate. So this is basically where we have some personal preferences now, isn't it? Some kind of emotions emerges. So disagreement means a very little tension kind of a thing, you can say, where people starts becoming defensive. No, hey, you always push your method. That is what a kind of a discussion going on. Still, the with the slight, like say, other people's effort, they would try to settle down that, okay, yes, by forms settling down our norms, our team ground rules. So we just come up, okay, decide the pros and cons of both the methods, and we can still find out a way to solve. So this is also, these two levels are a kind of a very low conflict, we say, because we may have a kind of a solution by the collaboration itself. But then comes the third level, where we have a high conflict. Here now, the conflict is not to find out a solution. The issue is not a kind of a main thing, but we want to win. We are not looking for the solution. It has become a game now, contest. So rather than finding out a solution, now the people want to win, isn't it? So maybe some personal attack starts happening in this level, isn't it? So we now know that it could not be possible to have a kind of a 100% solution in this stage, at least in the beginning. For just to de-escalate this level, might be we have to have some middle ground, some mediator who would try to have some discussions initiated by both the parties to have some middle ground solution, maybe compromising, maybe accommodating. That is how we are trying to come up with a kind of a strategy, so that we should continue in our project, so that things should move on. That is what is the third level. So this is how maybe you have to clarify those misunderstanding, other things, still we can find out the solution. This is basically, we can say, now we have our fire. Here we can say it is a spark. This is just assume that fumes have started coming up. Now we have a fire contest level. So we have to clarify the misunderstanding. Again, we need to help the team to refocus on their goals and fact as a project manager. Then comes your fight and flight. Sometimes this stage is also known as the crusade. Intensity of the conflict is very high. Fire is now spreading. So now you just imagine, once the fire has spreaded to your 2 and 3 floors, what we do in that case, isn't it? We have to evacuate that place. Imagine that condition. Similarly, we have reached. So maybe the team member will go in a flight mode. Flight mode means they will not talk to each other now. Hey, I'll just change my place. I'm not going to work with this person. So either they will go it in that way, or they will attack each other. a kind of all blame game starts happening at this level. So might be you can expect few people put their papers also, resignation. I don't want to work this person. So that is what is a kind of a stage we have reached. So this is just like a kind of a very high fire. The fire has spreaded now. People start forming the groups. They'll start discussing outside, and they'll try to not. They're not looking for now finding out a solution. That is what is that issue has now become. Just they will be going on with that blame game, personal attacks, all that thing. Emotions are running very very high there. Then comes the last stage, that is the intractable situations. Here the issue has been deep rooted. It is just a kind of your where the entire building is burning, isn't it? So we need to have some more radical solution, isn't it? Now it is just the kind of a situation we have reached, because people may put any sort of harm. Maybe they will try to bring down the brand of that person. All that thing will happen. Elon Musk and Trump nowadays might be they are in a kind of a fight or flight mode, we can say, or maybe the contest, no? Might be it will come here also, where they have to get separated also, isn't it? Might be. You can exactly consider. So this is now the situation where you cannot do anything, you cannot find the solution, but you have to take whatever action to minimize that impact. Oh, must delete his last tweet. Okay, maybe I'm not too much active because I was having so many batches now yesterday also till 11 p.m. So not got a chance. Yeah, it is okay, fine. So this is what we have, the 5 levels of conflict. So it is as good as we know, no? Once a fire is there, spark is there. So the early you intervene, less effort you have to put. So this is how we have to identify our conflict level so that we can match our strategies. Now, what could be those strategies? We know that solution can be easily get through collaboration this level. This level we may have some solution, some part solution we can partially satisfaction could be given. At this level, it is only the thing is that you have to follow the diplomacy, find out someone who have to de-escalate that conflict level, then only we can look for some other solution. Here we cannot do anything. Here just the thing is that how you can try to minimize, maybe you have to replace your people, go for another team. That is what is a kind of a level we can have in our project also. So what could be your, as a project manager, those recommendations, seeing this intensity? So we know it is always you have to use your interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, influencing, persuading your people, leadership qualities, decision making qualities, and active listening to find out the solution for this conflict. So we have different strategies considering the level of conflict plus the people who are involved. It is just imagine if you have a kind of a conflict between two very low influential people who don't have any influence on the project, a major influence on the project. Just imagine that at the site two workers are having a kind of some fight going on. So might be as a project manager you will not interfere, no? You know that okay, these things are all common, they will just become a friend after the evening also, like that. So maybe once the issues are trivial, minor, or the people who are involved in that, you may not be interfering in that particular conflict. But what if you have the kind of a conflict where more influential people are involved, maybe your two important key stakeholders are there, then we have to think of. So there are so many techniques which we use. So you can always relate what you do in your scenarios. Easily you can relate what technique you are using. So first of all, we should have this collaboration or the problem to solve. This is nothing but where you are just trying to involve the team, and then you are trying to find out the solution. This is what we call as a collaboration approach. Just consider that you have a project, you are doing it, and there is a kind of a dispute between your procurement manager, your structural engineer, isn't it? Or maybe your site engineer also. Now they have a kind of an issue for building material, maybe for steel. So what the Ravi suggested, because maybe he is a procurement manager, so he is recommending we should go for a cheaper steel supplier. And your structural engineer is going for, no, we know that this may not be a kind of a good choice, because we have to analyze that material first, we have to test that material first, whether it is okay for our building structure or not. So he's not going with that decision. So now what happens, the site engineer who has to do the construction, he is more concerned about getting the things done on time, so his work is getting impacted. So now what happened, they just approached you as a project manager. So what you did, you just did a meeting with all the people, with other peoples also. So now you conducted that joint session here, and you just discussed about all the issues, no, how we can have the reports, testing reports, all those things you will be now doing that discussion, isn't it? You can conduct even a kind of a small on-site your strength test for that steel material also. You can review the specifications also. So we are right now looking at the various angles. Then we all together develop a kind of a checklist for our quality. And then we decided that okay, which vendor, whether the cheaper vendor or the another vendor, so who is going to meet those checklists, we will go with that. This is how we are trying to find out the solution by the collaboration. This is what is a collaboration technique we have. Now what if suppose your client, he just came in, the sponsor, he says, hey, no debate, I just want only the approved vendor should be supplying that material, budget I will manage later, I can always adjust it later. So this is what you are now forcing, the client is now forcing, because he's not listening to anybody's viewpoint, but he says no, my decision is final, we have to go with this approved vendor only, no more discussion. So the kind of a situation and the questions you will get it, they will give you the scenario, and they'll ask you that what is the technique we have used, or what should of approach you should use in this case, whether forcing, collaboration, compromising. So that way, so collaboration is always a win-win approach, but this will not be everywhere applicable, isn't it? I just mentioned where you have a kind of a conflict between a very high influential person or low influential person, or maybe you are in a kind of a very emergency situation, crisis, you have to take the quick decision, isn't it? That is where you have to force sometimes, when you have some immediate decisions to be taken. So this is what, like I just gave you the example, because now you cannot do anything, no, at that time you have to follow, might be little later on you can think, because forcing will not be doing well for long term, because here one party wins, another loses. It is just, we have two developers, and one developer is going for one kind of a approach for coding, maybe detailed code. This person is interested to have a very concise code, method B. So now as a project manager you just said, hey, let's follow this what developer B, the second developer is saying, we'll go for the concise code. Now this developer is now going to be demotivated. So that is what, no discussion, nothing, and just one sided decision has been taken. This is something we call as a forcing. So where one party loses, one party wins. This is not a kind of a long term or a healthy solution. But in certain cases where you have to take some quick decisions so that things should run, this is how we have to go for forcing. Then we have the compromising. Compromising is basically where we are trying to have a lose lose situation. This is the handling where we both the parties loses on some part. So maybe if we consider the same case, no, procurement manager and the structural designer. So we just go, hey, let's decide 50% order vendor one will give, 50% order vendor two will give. So this is how we are not satisfying both the parties fully, but this is how we are trying to have our in middle ground, just so that things should run. That is what is the compromising, because both the people are of equal things. Hi, compromising and collaborate, it is different. No, collaboration means we are discussing with different perspective. So all of us are involved and all of us now decides what is good, what is not good. No. So here we just discuss, oh, let's first find out a checklist and then we are going to see who all will be meeting those checklists for quality and then we decide, isn't it? That is what we are trying to sit with our all the people, and we are looking at the various point, the diversified point, multiple viewpoints, several viewpoints, and with the consensus only we are coming up with the solution. If the same for coding, the one developer says we should go for very concise, another one is saying no, we should have a very detailed code with all comments, everything. So now we have to sit and we have to see what should be a kind of a better one. So all of us decide, no, this is what we would be following, isn't it? But in the compromising, it is just like what you said, hey, you just discuss some points. These are the criterias I have set. Now you both of you have to follow this. We have to write our code on these guidelines. That is the compromising. Both the parties will lose. It is just like you have your marketing team, they are asking you to complete this project in 4 weeks. Now, development team says no, we cannot complete this project in less than 6 weeks because we know that all these tests, everything is going to be required. So we will take 6 weeks. Now, as a project manager, you just invited them and you said, oh, all of you have to now complete in 5 weeks only, middle ground. So you're not having the neither his full points are being considered, neither his one. So we just have a middle ground. That is a compromising. Both have to compromise. Both have to lose something. Are you clear on this compromising and collaborating? Now withdrawal or avoiding. This is basically something where we are trying to refrain ourselves from the situation. Just consider the same thing that one person says we want to go for vendor one, vendor two. So now what you said, hey, can we discuss this next week? We have some more important work to carry out. We'll discuss this matter on next Monday. This is how you have avoided it. So this is basically because once you feel that you are busy in some other important, more important things to discuss, so you just want to give some time, so that might be within this 1 week, both those procurement managers, structural engineer would be able to find out the solution on their own, or might be after that you will be able to discuss. The things may escalate also. So this is again a kind of a riskier only. So this is going to be preferred once you feel either the matter are very trivial, minor conflict, you can go with that. Or if you find that the people who are involved in that dispute or this disagreement, emotions are running very high. Now you know that you cannot do anything. If you now try to discuss at this particular level, they will not be listening to me. So you just want to give some time so that they should cool down and then I should discuss. That is what is called as an avoiding, withdrawal. This is what we go for. So this is usually we prefer only in that case of high emotions, or sometimes when we have our other important priorities or matter is very trivial where we want to give some time. That is what, isn't it? Two developers are having a kind of a discussion on some other matter which is not a project related. So might be you know that it is not having some impact. Maybe by the evening they will become a good friend also. That is what you are just avoiding that situation, retreating from that situation. Lastly, we have a smoothing or accommodating. So mainly when we say smooth and withdrawal, they are not a kind of a solution we are giving a strategy, because here we are not doing anything, we are just avoiding that. But when we talk this smooth, accommodate. This is again just to maintain that harmony. One party leaves his opinion or her opinion. Just like I discussed that developer 1 and developer 2, he is more interested to have a one method, one approach, and he's going for another. Maybe he feels that we should go with traditional approach, agile approach. So might be developer 1, just to maintain that harmony, he just give up. Okay, let's this time we should follow what developer 2 is saying, and later on we'll see. That is what is just to maintain that harmony. We are just smoothing or accommodating that situation. So this is again a kind of a another approach that we use just to have a temporary solution, just to maintain that relationship. This is what is the kind of a thing that we use in our project. I think I have some questions on this. Yes, try to match. No, Joshua, I'll just tell you what is the difference. First, try to do this. I'll then tell you what compromise and smoothing is there. An employee agrees to work overtime to complete colleagues' urgent task. So when we say this is an example of accommodate, smooth, where one party agrees with the other party, they just set aside their personal interest. So this is how they are trying to find out a solution, because one party will give up, because just to maintain that harmony, because they know that relationship is more important rather than doing this discussion or this debate. That is what is the accommodate. A team works together, so accommodate is your D. Team works together to combine ideas for a more effective marketing strategy. This is a collaboration. Two departments agree to share the resources equally, though it is not the ideal amount for either. This is what is the compromise. Manager insists on their method for a project disregarding team members' suggestion. This is forcing. So Joshua, compromising and accommodate, they are different. Compromising means both the parties are going to lose. But in accommodate, one party is just giving up, isn't it? So we are just going to have a relationship as a most important for our project. We are just keeping aside our the disagreements, our differences. We just keep it aside just to build maintain that relationship. Just consider our own family life also, where we have to accommodate sometimes. Sometimes we do for compromising also, isn't it? Project manager is just struggling with his resource manager to provide some additional resource manager is refusing. So now they both of them went to escalate it So they go to their program manager. So might be he just agreed on to provide you some resources based on some conditions. So that is what is the partial satisfaction is being given to both the parties. That is the compromising. In accommodating, one party gives up. Yeah, no, in the accommodating is just you are sacrificing just to maintain that relationship. In compromising, both of the parties are going to sacrifice. Are you clear on this? That is what, like, because maintaining that relationship is more important for us. That is what one party give up. But again, remember, if the same party, the same member is always giving up to maintain that relationship, might be at long term it will not work. It is again not a kind of a long term solution. We say accommodating is not a long term solution, but in certain case where you know that we have to continue with our work and we have to build up some kind of a temporary harmony. So might be you will be using this accommodating situation. You have to see, Ami, based on the influence level of those stakeholders, isn't it? Based on that you have to see, because if you know that both of them are equally important for you, in that case you will be going for either smoothing or compromising, isn't it? You have to always give them, because both are important. So might be you will call them if they feel that they have some kind of a conflicts or maybe, so you know that they will have some kind of areas of agreements, isn't it? At least you got to know that they have some areas of agreement, some areas of disagreements. So what you want to do right now to continue with your working and to maintain that relationship, you just highlight the areas of agreement where these people are agreed on. Hey, why don't we let's work on these first and let's discuss on that other topic later. That is what you have satisfy them, isn't it? That is what, like, we have always highlighted the areas of agreement. We are not touching the areas of disagreement now, so that we are able to maintain that good relationship for now. That is again a kind of a smoothing or accommodating. And in certain case, as we discussed, we have to go for compromising, right? So you will have the questions based on the scenario or match the column just like I gave you. This is what you may have. This is another question. Time is up. I've ended the poll. So 59% people have opted for B, 32% C. You are working as an agile practitioner, you are participating in a sprint planning meeting, and you're seeing a heated argument between team members on how to deliver a particular work item. What would be your first step to handle? So, in agile project, encourage the team to perform a spike to understand more about the problem at hand. All right, but we are doing a sprint planning meeting, right? Spike is always before the sprint only. Work with the team to find a win-win solution to this conflict at hand on their own. This is what is the best approach. Always in the agile, working with the team is will be the best option. Team collaboration. Always, whenever you find, go to your team. discuss with your team. That will be always your best choice. Take charge of the situations, talk to them, identify and inform the best approach for delivery. As again, you will not know, we always collaborate. No, this no, take charge of the situation, talk to the team, and identify and inform the best approach for delivery. That is what you're talking to them, but you are identifying and informing them the best approach. No, but here we are working with the team to find a solution. Isn't it B and C? B is better choice, Sonal. Are you with me on this? See, but again, spike is conducted beforehand, no? Before this is what like we are going to have. That is what like once we are going for our product backlog. So this is where we want to investigate for our issues or uncertainties or some clarification. That is where we do that. But now what happens? You are in a sprint planning meeting, and in the sprint planning meeting, we have a argument between team members. Yeah, that is what is the kind of a solution here, because already we know that in the planning meeting two team members are having a kind of a argument. So first of all we have to work with the team to find out a win solution. Might be in that case you know that we have to do, maybe that argument is because they don't have a clarity, they have to do some risk assessment, all that thing. For that they need to do the spike activity. After that only we would be going for it. Right, so that is the solution. First you have to do that, after that we can decide. Yes, Mukund, that is there, and even though other options are will be the further solution, but first discuss with the team, then we can decide whether we have to add a slack, we have to go for spike. All that thing can be further discussed upon. Oh, we have another one. Good. Time is up. Right, so after the second incremental release of project, as product owner expresses disappointment with the prototype result and wants to escalate the project to upper management, request a new team. Because of this, team members start blaming each other and the new agile approach for the product owner perceptions of the project. How should project manager resolve these differences? So that clearly says the kind of a problem that we have to discuss. Follow the conflict resolution process documented in project charter. Will not have any conflict resolution. No, it will not guide you. Use retrospective, that is a good choice. Revisit the project vision with the team to ensure. Now there is nowhere mentioned that the vision is not clear. Question doesn't talks about that also. Review the definition of done with the product owner and determine the cause of the gap, not for circulation. Might be this would come later. First is we would be doing for this discussion in the retrospective, and there we could know that we may have a kind of a DOD was an issue, main cause. We have not defined it properly. That could be the reason. But first, we have to use this retrospective to understand at a broader level. That will only give us a difference is further. Are you all clear on this now? This is what is a type of questions you may expect. So congratulations with that. This was a chapter 4, leading the team. Easy one, no? Fifth chapter is also easy. But only one topic you will find it difficult. Not difficult means where maths is there, no? Earned value management. Uh, Product owner can decide, isn't it? But that is what we have to first discuss it in that. So in that case, Sonal, the question was again not related to that, whether we have to cancel or not. That would be decided by the product owner. But what we have to do first, we need to understand, no, for that reason. That retrospective would be the area why this has happened, why this issue has occurred. That is what we can always have that retrospective ceremony. After that, whatever decision has to be taken, this is what product owner will take. How we have to do, team product owner will decide, no, okay, this is what has happened, whether our DOD has to be improved, or maybe the project is not giving us a kind of a good value or good result, or whatever it is. Then it would be decided by the product owner only. Product owner can only connect with that customers, or how he has to go for the further decision. Team cannot take that decision to cancel the sprint. Now, support project team performance. There we are going to talk about the monitoring and controlling part. So, explaining the various continuous improvement method. This is how we have to work for improving continuously. Then, what are those performance measurement methods? Then, how we are going to compare these methods with a focus of communication and accountability. Then we will try to identify the methods for managing our issues, impediments, and change management. So this is what we are going to discuss. So first, already we talked about some of the continuous improvement methods, if you remember. So when we talk about implementing ongoing improvements, because we have to continuously improve, we have to evolve. All of us knows that every person we want to evolve, because what you know today might not be working tomorrow. So for that we have to continuously improve. So continuous improvement is a mindset, it is a process which is just going to involve that what kind of changes, what kind of enhancement we have to like improve our quality or our efficiency. That is what one of the key principle of our Kaizen. So it's a Japanese philosophy where they emphasize more on small incremental changes which will give some significant improvement. We saw that video also where we discussed about how those small changes, small steps can give you the significant improvements over the time. Ultimate aim of our continuous improvement is just to eliminate the waste from our processes. Waste means anything which is not contributing towards the value. So we just reduce this waste. We try to reduce our variability in our processes, and how we can improve the productivity of our team and our product. This is what is the ultimate aim. So we always find out our, yeah, removing non-value adding activities, NVAs. There are some non-essentials value adding activities. There are some essential non-value adding also. We need to consider that. As we know, we always do this retrospective sessions so the team can always perform at their best. So we have this last ceremony of every iteration or the sprint where we are trying to gather all our lessons learned from the team, what went well, what went wrong. So every team member has to bring some points. All the team member will be having that ideas, isn't it? It could be anything what we have to improve. Even if we feel that our workplace is not clean, that also could be discussed. So anything for improving our team processes, product, we do this kind of a session. So we just get those inputs, and then team discuss that which area they have to first focus on, how they have to improve. That is what they are going to do it, and based on that we might be updating our product backlog so that it could be followed in our next iteration and the sprint. This is what is the guidelines we follow in our retrospective session. It could be done on the board, it could be done by using the sheets also. We do have our retrospective formats, note sheets, templates. You can share it to all your people. They will fill it up, and then the discussions will go on how we have, what area we have to improve now. This is what team does it in the retrospective. Now, once you have decided that this is what we have to improve, how you are going to implement it. So we do use those experimentations. A B testing is one of that. A B testing feedback, isn't it? So A B testing is nothing but it is a split testing. This is a common experiment that is more commonly, if you find that all over e-commerce platform, website designers, they also use. Anybody who would say something on the split testing, or your people are using it in your project also? It is a data driven method actually, isn't it? Means just not that we have found that okay, this should be our method that we should implement for improvement. So we just not blindly implement it. What we do here, we just have the two versions. This is might be our older version. This is our new version, alpha version, beta version. Now we just split our audience for these two. This is what even your Amazon, Flipkart people are also doing. Website, even the marketing team, when they run their email campaigns, no, so they want to ensure that they want to improve their email opening by the uh, customers. So they just run the two version, a version with one subject line, another version with another subject line. So they just divided their audience with version A and version B. And after collecting that data, after 6 weeks, they analyzed that version A has given the better results. So this is how they implement that version. This is what is this A/B testing is going to help them. So rather than just implementing it, we just have to have something decided based on the data. So we just have our two versions, and then we divide our audience, and then we implement our winning version on the project. Then we do use how we have to identify that what should be our first focus for improvement, isn't it? That is what we use the Pareto chart. Pareto chart uses this 80-20 rule, which is also known as the Pareto rule. Anybody who has used it, I'm 100% sure the people who are all Lean Six Sigma, or the people who are from the quality department, we use this Pareto chart. It is a kind of your bar chart only, frequency chart only, but we have this frequency chart in the form of our descending order, isn't it? Like say we just want to improve on our services. We know that we are having lot of complaints from our learners. We found that we have a kind of a complaints for our learners for this PMP project. Platform is not user friendly. Maybe it is not a kind of we are having, let's say 50 people have complained about this platform, 30 people have complained trainers is not coming on time, trainers issue. Few complaints, maybe 20 complaints or 10 complaints, the learner success manager is not supportive. Few complaints, the support team is not responding on time, isn't it? Some of you might be having at least one or two. It is all a kind of, this is what, like, anybody who wants to just see. Now we just want to like decide at least that okay, there are so many causes that we have for our improvement. Now where we should first primarily focus on. So what we do, we collect this data, we plot it, and now by seeing this chart, we know that if we work primarily on this factor, at least majority of our problem would be sorted out, because this is the highest contributing factor for our customers dissatisfaction. So that is what we call as an 80-20 rule. 80-20 rule says 80% of your problems are mainly to contributing to by this 20% issues or 20% factors. So if you work on this 20% cause of your problem, you would be able to solve 80% of your problem. So might be looking at our platform, how we can improve. That is how we will be trying to first focus on. So whenever we have lot of factors, lot of issues, lot of causes, we want to prioritize, we want to look for what we should first consider, isn't it? Team knows that there are so many areas to improve on, so what should be their topmost priority to improve on? That is what we can use this Pareto chart or 80-20 rule, so that we can resolve the issues which are causing most of our complaints. Is it clear, A/B testing and Pareto team? So what happens when you have learned that, okay, by implementing this particular process, we have got our desired result, it had really worked well. So what we do in, especially in the agile environment, in the scrum, we know that something has really worked very well. This technique we applied, this technology we worked on, this process we implemented, it had given significant or the phenomenal result. We want that now this process should be adopted by the other team as well. So we cannot do that because we don't have that authority. So might be we can always record it in our lessons learned register, and we can always escalate these lessons learned documents to the other teams of our other project of the organization, because in the scrum we always focus at the organization level. That is how we are going to use that. So we always have to lead with an improvement mindset. So we have to educate ourselves with all those contributions. No, try to learn all these quality theories. No, what Philip Juran has said: prevention over inspection, your Six Sigma, your Kaizen, all these things. No, so you have got so many quality theories and continuous improvement processes. So we should try to learn from them, and we can always encourage a team to adopt a fail fast mindset, isn't it? They should try to do the experimentation in the early stage of the project, whatever they want to do, so that they can always learn from their failures fast. And also we need to look for any requirement is there for our materials improvement, or maybe by doing some kind of a training we can improve our people. We can have some standard procedures to improve on our processes. All that thing, no, we need to discuss on if any hardware, any equipment is required for this project, so that we can have a improved processes and our product. So this is what we have to measure the effect of whatever changes we are implementing, and based on that uh, assessment, you have to decide we implement it, and then if it is not worked well, you have to repeat it again, repeat with some other experimentation. That is how we are always leading with our improved mindset. So here we have not covered our any exam content outline, but this is something related to our quality assurance. How do we ensure that people are following the best processes and the other thing? That is what we know. Now, previous fourth chapter talked about supporting team member performance. Here we are going to talk about the entire team, how the cohesive team is working as a motivated unit, as an empowered team. So already we discussed about that project manager had defined the objectives and the key results. So we need to keep on recommunicating those objectives, the team, so that, and also ensure your transparent communication, clear communication, fluid knowledge sharing. Transparency has to be there, open communication has to be there, so that we are continued with our healthy dynamic on the team. And whenever any new team members joins our project, we should always welcome as a new learning source. And also we have to align with our team. That is where we start with our forming stage, so that he also gets to know about our all ground rules, our project objectives, all that thing. So team should focus on delivering the value for what we have undertaken this project. And we all discussed that project manager has his permissible range, isn't it? Tolerance threshold. So, what is the acceptable variation for the quality, for the budget, for the schedule? All that thing we know that these are our tolerance range, threshold level. So, within which only we have to manage. And any issue which is going beyond our threshold has to be escalated. That is what we are going to follow this in our, as I told you in the exam also, you have to consider only escalation will happen once it is a kind of a legal matter or a kind of your regulatory matter or any of the tolerance are violated, then we have to escalate. It is not that you are going to adjust your plan or project on your own. Try to do this, fill in the blanks as per the roles and responsibility for supporting the team performance. And this is related to our SLC case study, hybrid project. So who is going to oversee the project management plan integration? We discussed it yesterday only. Who is responsible for integration? Yes, these are the keywords which you have to use. Team, project manager, scrum master, product owner. Who oversees the integration? It is the project manager, exactly. And the product planning delivery would be the product owner. Dash focuses on building a cross functional team. Who develops the team in predictive? Who is responsible for the team? Who decides? It is the project manager only, isn't it? Uh, the process role of Dash helps the team to understand the agile mindset. Whose role is to help the team to understand the agile mindset scrum process? It is the agile coach, scrum master. To develop the shop lifestyle product, Dash is the local domain expert that plans how to do the work. It is the team who is going to decide. And Dash looks after value creation, the product owner, isn't it? So just keep it in mind, all these roles, because based on the roles you have to answer in your exam also. So we also use this retrospective purposefully for optimizing our communication as well. How we can improve our working, isn't it? So this is what like we are going to use our retrospective for optimizing our communication. We need to communicate in both group and face-to-face settings when we are working with our virtual team. And we know that whenever you are doing it, so communication has to be positive and regular with internal as well as external stakeholders both, isn't it? So this is what like we discussed, feedback, active listening. This is what very important. So you will be using all those technology and tools to get the feedback, isn't it? Whatever is that a method you are using, whether it is a kind of a some uh, forms you have or some documents you have, some templates you have, or you are just going to directly connect with your team to get those feedbacks, giving and receiving both. So always use the feedback to support the high performance, because it is very important for the project team. So you have to talk about both, isn't it? Once the team members are working, so you know that how they can improve and how they can be on the right track, what project is demanding. So we have to give those feedback in the timely manner and positive manner. This is what like you have to use those appropriate method, whether you're going with the public or private, individually, written or verbal, depending on the situations. Curate knowledge as an asset. We have to have our knowledge sharing. That is how we are trying to learn from each other, isn't it? So whatever we have to possible, we can always document our explicit knowledge, isn't it? Whatever meetings we are doing it, whatever things which we can document, because there are some knowledge which you can document, which we call as an explicit. And then we have tacit knowledge also. What is the difference between two? Explicit and tacit. Tacit is trivial. Okay, yes. Tacit knowledge is a kind of a personal knowledge, experience. Exactly. The knowledge that comes from the experience, personal belief system. It is personal insight, isn't it? Just like when we do our questions answers, no, this tricky questions, isn't it? Now we know that we just have our kind of a knowledge. It's a personal belief how we come across to that particular option. So this is something like once we are collaborating with each other, isn't this is how like when I'm sharing, hey, how I going to find out the solution, what should be my approach, whether I'm eliminating uh, the choices which are not more appropriate, comparing each other, or what is my personal opinion to find out the solution. This is what like when we are doing this uh, 10 11 sessions together for 4 hours 40 hours of our collaboration. So I'm just trying to give you some kind of my experiential learning. So some this is what like not I can document it somewhere. So something which cannot be documented, that is the person's own experience, own belief, that is what we call as a tacit knowledge. And there are few knowledge that you can always update as a documentation, isn't it? All our lessons learned registers are the explicit knowledge, because where we have already documented them, all your project management plans, issue log, registers, all those things where we have documented them. But something which you cannot document, so this is how we can share this tacit knowledge once we are spending time with each other. And once we have that kind of an environment where people are, they feel free, they feel good to share their stories, to share their success. This is how we are trying to learn from them also. So both of them are important, and both of them we would be like to use for our learning part. Also we have to check on our artifact maintenance, isn't it? Whether team is just updating them regularly or not, because we know that at the end we are going to keep them in our repositories, they will be archiving at the end of the project. So we need to ensure that all those artifacts are being maintained properly. So this was a topic about our team performance supporting. Now the most important topic, evaluating project progress. So if we know that project is now highest gear, so we have to keep the people motivated, we have to support them also. And now you have to also ensure that how you are going to measure your project progress. So once in our planning we have defined our scope baseline, our schedule baseline, our quality plan, our risk plan, isn't it, our resource plan, all those plans we have defined. Now it is the time to measure the variances according to your actual performance. So this is what is the list that now we are going to measure and recording where we have the variances. So first we'll talk about our scope. How do we monitor our scope? So when we say scope monitoring, so here basically whenever you find this word monitor scope, control scope, so we are just looking at our scope baseline, what was there in our scope baseline and what we have done. If we have not done any kind of a scope creep, isn't it, all that thing we have to check. So scope baseline in our predictive project is nothing but scope statement plus WBS and WBS dictionary, isn't it? We already discussed scope statement includes what all things, what is the component of the scope statement, anyone, what is included in the scope, what is excluded in the scope, then acceptance criteria, right? Assumptions, constraint. Got it? These were the contents, no, we discussed. And I told you that scope statement is important. So we just compare with our scope statement, and this is how we are going to identify that yes, we have only, because scope baseline is the, for team has to focus only on that scope baseline. So what is there in our scope baseline we have to follow, nothing more, nothing less. That is what we are going to now measure. We have not done any scope creep, we have not done any missed requirement, all that thing we are going to check it here. In the adaptive, we know scope is always at the form of backlogs. So this is how we have defined our definition of done. So based on that, we are going to see our requirements, our user stories has been done in accordance to those checklist. Hybrid, we can use combination of both. That is what like we have it in our hybrid. Now the second process in our scope monitoring and control is the scope validation. Now scope validation is more linked towards the customer accepts the completed deliverable. So when we say monitor scope, there we are just ensuring that we have met all our based on the scope baseline. And scope validation means just imagine that we have defined our scope baseline. So based on that plan, that was our scope baseline, we executed our work. So in execution, what is the end result? We got our deliverables. Now those deliverables will be going for verifications. How do we verify? We control the quality. We check for their quality where we have defined our matrix, all those testing, inspections. So once we check all these deliverable, we verify them, isn't it? So when we verify them, that means we have got now verified deliverable. So verified deliverable means it has fulfilling all those checklists that was there in our acceptance criteria. So these verified deliverables now will be getting the formal acceptance by the customer. We get our sign off, and sign off we will get in our closing of the phase. This is how the flow is. Are you all clear on this flow? So when we say scope validation, whenever you get this term scope validation, that means once we have validated our scope, so now customer will give us the sign off. That is what here we are talking about. And when we monitor our scope, control our scope, there we are just uh, comparing it with our scope baseline. So we have in the predictive project, we compare our acceptance criteria for getting the acceptance. In our adaptive, we just have these DOR, DOD acceptance criteria on which we are going to get the acceptance. Hybrid, any combination. Now we have a quiz. In predictive development approach, which artifacts, okay, you've answered it so quickly. Great. So we just discussed which artifact defines the acceptance criteria. It is the scope statement, and in the adaptive, it is the definition of done. It is an easy question only. So scope statement and scope baseline, they are important for exam point. Now moving on to monitoring our schedule. So we already have defined our schedule baseline in the predictive. What all activities, how we have defined their PDM. So this is now we have to now monitor. So we just compare, we just do so many variance reports, dashboard reports, isn't it? We have to have all these reports, performance reports to be developed in our monitoring. So once we collect our data, we get that information and we are going to generate those reports. So in our schedule monitoring also, we discussed that when we are monitoring our project schedule and we know that this was in our baseline. Now, what if suppose you have delayed this activity from this to this? Now you know that during this time frame we are struggling with our resource over allocation. So again you have to check if resources are sufficient or not, isn't it? That is where we have to go for resource smoothing and leveling. At that time also I mentioned it clearly that resource optimization and schedule compression technique would be used in our monitoring also. If we have missed our deadline, so now we know that it may impact our project finish date. How we can optimize that? Can we do fast tracking or crashing so that we can optimize our project duration? I hope you people remember these techniques, no? Fast tracking, crashing, resource leveling. Yes, no need to repeat it again, no? That is what in the fast tracking we do the parallel working. In crashing, we add more resources to get the things faster. Now, in our adaptive schedule, we do monitor our project performance through various information radiators. There are so many graphics we use: burn up, burn down charts. We have our cumulative flow diagram, task board. Now, all these things we will discuss one by one what all these tools we use in our adaptive. Before that, let's go through a video which is going to explain us all these information radiators. Then we will discuss all these tools one by one after our break.
90% of all the information transmitted to the brain is visual. Not surprisingly, visuals are processed 60,000 times faster than text. We are wired to automatically interpret patterns for instant comprehension with almost zero effort. Want to see some examples? What do you see right away? A different shape. And with this one, a different size. And with this one, a different color. That brings us to an information radiator. An information radiator is a type of visual control that displays project information in a place where passersby can see it and get information without having to ask questions. The far left column of this example starts with the project charter. This lists the project's primary objectives, key features, and cautions and risks. It also lists those who have key roles in the project's completion: the product owner, the architecture owners, and the team lead. Finally, it provides a glossary of project terms which may not be widely known. The next column of this example indicates any impediments and blockers that are slowing or preventing progress on the project. This includes both known and outstanding blockers, and those that have been mitigated or completed. The bottom of this column provides a convenient place for the color coding to reside. In this case, green for done, blue for started, red for blockers, and yellow for dependencies. The large center section of this example shows the product backlog. It also shows the iteration backlog, the specific tasks being worked on by members of the team in the current iteration. The far right section of this example shows the iteration burn down, the rate at which the team is burning through its customer stories. This can tell the team whether they are on track, ahead, or behind the committed work. It also shows the release burn up. This monitors progress of release commitment iteration by iteration and gives the team a projection of when they will meet their release goal. And finally, it shows working agreements. These agreements detail how the team will work together and what they can expect of each other. The team is burning through its customer stories. This can tell the team whether they are on track, ahead, or behind the committed work. It also shows the release burn up. This monitors progress of release commitment iteration by iteration and gives the team a projection of when they will meet their release goal. And finally, it shows working agreements. These agreements detail how the team will work together and what they can expect of each other. Of course, this is just an example. Your information radiator should be customized to meet the needs of your team.
So, all right, we'll just discuss now what all these explanation was there in the this video about this burn up charts, burn down charts, CFD diagram, velocity. How do we measure after our break? I hope everyone is back. Yes. So we are now discussing about the performance monitoring for our agile team, agile project. So we have this burn down chart, burn up chart. So burn down chart is usually used where we want to understand that how much work is remaining. So that is what this burn down chart will represent, the remaining work against the time. So this is what we plot for each iteration. So just imagine we have our sprint where we have taken a velocity with the team user stories that we would be completing 25 points. So now this burn down chart will suggest how the team is going to burn these 25 story points till zero with their day to day working. So when we do our daily scrum meeting, we do record our progress, what work we have completed on daily basis. So this is what our ideal line. Now let's say on our fifth day, we have just updated our burn down and we are right now here. So what you will interpret, this blue one is your actual, red one was the ideal. That this is what we had planned in our earlier, the 25 points, how we are going to bring down to 0 point with our entire sprint. But blue is what we are tracking it right now here. This says we are at this place. What it is saying, we are ahead of our plan, isn't it? The remaining story point is, let's say, is around 12, and in our plan it was about 15. So we are in a good position. This is what like this burn down chart will help us to show. This will just display the progress, and this burn down chart has to be updated regularly. That is what Scrum Master will ensure, the team is updating this burn down chart regularly. It is not that we have updated here and then we stopped it. After 3 days we updated. It should not be like that. We have to update it regularly. So this is what we use for tracking our progress for the sprint or the iteration. Are you all clear on this, all of you? Burn down chart. If your burn down chart says actual as this was our plan. So if it is above this ideal line, that means we are behind our plan. This is how we can always realize. Now second is your burn up. Now burn up chart is plotted for this release or your product roadmap also. So burn up chart will tell us the completed work in our sprints or iteration. So here we will see our completed work also and the total work which is required to complete in this particular release. So by looking at this chart, we can see the total work team has to do is 100 story points. So we have from our first sprint till second, we have completed few user stories, and from second till third sprint, we have completed some user stories. So we are just plotting it against our uh, completed work, what we have done it in our project. See, usually when we talk about our release backlog, so we know that what all features we are going to work it on that way, isn't it? So this is what like we use in there are several methodologies, no, several frameworks in our agile. So we have this in feature development approach. We have our feature completed graph. There also they complete that how many features we have to complete. Maybe we have to complete 20 features in all. So how many features we have completed. So feature wise they will update it. In our Scrum, we just update how many story points we have delivered with each sprint or each iteration, and total story point is 100. And by this chart, we can easily view that after our fourth iteration, we have changed our project scope, isn't it? After fifth iteration, our scope was modified to no. This burn down chart is basically for iteration wise. For every iteration, you are going to have your remaining work. What is the remaining work at a particular time? So this is what we are seeing our progress for iterations. And when we use this burn up chart, it is basically at your release level or the product backlog level, that how many story points we have to complete in our release, isn't it? We have our release, there are 200 points. Then in our iterations, we have got, let's say, 30 points to be done. So we will be having the burn down charts to see the progress, but there will be a release burn up chart which will tell us the total 200 points has to be completed by the team and how much points we are completing with our sprint. This is what we can track with this burn up chart. There are two different ways, no, that burn down is going to tell us about the feature wise. Here you can also view the total work to be done by the team in this project for a particular feature, sorry, for a particular release or a particular your product roadmap. That is how we plot this chart. So this is basically the completed work against your time, and burn down is the remaining work against the time. In that way you have to just remember, burn down is how fast we are completing our work, isn't it? The remaining work is going to be coming down to zero, and burn up means how many story points we have delivered as of now. This is how we have the two different ways to show the progress. Then we know that we have to estimate the team velocity. Velocity is nothing but it is the number of story points delivered by the team. Always keep it in mind, it is the number of story points delivered. If suppose in our sprint we had taken up in our backlog 25 story points, but once we completed our sprint, we could not complete one user story of 3 point, or maybe 5 story points was there, we have partially completed it. Partially completed user story would be treated as 0%. We only have either 0% or 100%. Partially completed story point, we will not include it in our uh, team velocity calculation. Team had completed 20 points, that means our velocity is 20. Now we know once the team is new, so we just don't calculate our velocity from the first sprint onwards. Ideally, after third or fourth sprint only, we would be able to maintain a constant pace. This is how we take the average of first three or four sprint. Then we forecast that okay, we have our, in the first sprint team has delivered 25 points, in the second sprint they delivered 28, in the third sprint they delivered, let's say, 26. We just take the average of 3 and that becomes your velocity. And we know that in our backlog we have got 140 story points to be delivered. So how many sprints would be required? That is how we do the forecasting it in that way, right? So velocity is nothing but it is the number of story points delivered by the team. That is what we are calculating. So we just estimate our uh, forecasting also by knowing this team velocity. Velocity is a unique metric to a project. It cannot be used to compare the performance of the other project team. Always keep it in mind, because we use the relative estimation. Every team do the estimation based on their project, their complexities, their uncertainties, their bandwidth. That is how they are estimating it. So it is not going to be compared for the different project team. This is what is a unique metric for every project team. Now moving on to the CFD diagram. Cumulative flow diagram. This is mostly we use in our continuous flow Kanban approach. So what is this cumulative flow diagram? It is basically just going to help us to represent our entire work in the different stages. So just in order to consider what is this lead time, cycle time, throughput time. Let's say we have a We follow this in the continuous flow, isn't it? We are working on a customized furniture manufacturing. And let's say the customer, based on the customer order, we process it. Right. So we have got our customer order on 1st June. And we know that we have our design, we have our production, we do have to have our maybe quality check also, then your packaging, isn't it? Packaging, shipping. Now we know that customer has placed the order on 1st June, but might be in our design time, it takes design team takes 5 days to complete it. Production time takes 10 days. Your quality check also 5 days. We have our packaging also, it will take 5 days. So might be once customer placed an order, so we have updated it in our books and all. So second day, 2nd June, we started our work, and this is how we delivered it. Let's say how much is the time we have taken here? 5 plus 10, 15, 20, 25 days. And maybe one day it had waited in our to get it updated on our log also. So customer received his order on, let's say, 26th of June. So this entire time that we took from the customer order till the delivery, this is called as a lead time. And the actual time it took to process that item is known as the cycle time. So lead time will have some wait time also. What if suppose we know that after your packaging and delivery, it took some time also, maybe 3 days, 4 days additional. So this is how we are going to consider the day on which order was initiated and the day on the time the order was delivered to the customer. That is total lead time we call, and the actual processing time that it took to produce this particular furniture is the cycle time. And in our factory, we know that we have 25 days of our working in a month. And now in a month, we know that our capacity is just to process two furnitures at a time. So in 25 days, we have produced 50 furnitures. So this 50 is our throughput for that month. Work in progress is our two items. Oh, sorry. Exactly. This is what is the process quality time. So this is what we'll say our 20 days, that actual time it took. And this is what is our delivery. So this is your lead time, and actual time it took to process is your cycle time here. Thanks for correcting it. So cycle time is the actual processing time we are taking it, and lead time will include all your additional time also. If you just want to consider your laundry case also, we know that our washing machine cycle is of 1 hour. That is the actual cycle time it takes to do our laundry. Right from picking up the clothes, putting it up, and till it's drying, it takes 3 hours. So 3 hours is your lead time. 1 hour is your cycle time. And during this 1 hour of cycle, let's say the based on the machine capacity, it's of 6 kg or this 15 clothes gets processed. So 15 is our throughput. How many items are entering through that system during that particular time? Are you all clear on these three things? What is cycle time, lead time, throughput? Now, if we have to improve our efficiency, if we want to work on, so you have to reduce your lead time. That is what we study our process. That what are the gaps? What are those non-redundant processes? Can we do something to reduce them? Can we do something to eliminate them so that we can improve our lead time? And if you want to improve your cycle time, again we have to see how you can improve your team efficiency, maybe on machinery part, maybe on the training part. That is what we use in our project also, right? So this is how we just have this diagram that we use. Now comes the most important topic, earned value management. We know that we may face our budget challenges because our requirements are changed, or maybe because of our new risk has impacted, and that had impacted a lot of on our project budget because of the change in the probability, change in the impact, or maybe we have not done a proper estimate, maybe because of that, so we have to modify our budget. So now how do we ensure that we are having a good control on our lag time? It was not there, Hitesh. No, lead time or cycle time. Lead time is the total time, total length of time that work item goes through the entire process, right from the order initiated till the delivered. That is the lead time. The item was added in our product backlog on day one. Team has designed, developed, tested. Might be they took it on the day second and they took 5 days to complete it. So that is what the total time they took from processing this order is from second day till fifth. This is their cycle time. But from this time till delivery is what we call as a lead time. Yes, Hitesh? Got it? Now, earned value management is going to give us the total project performance. How you are performing in your project. You can always compare your plan versus actual schedule, cost, everything, so that we can try to prevent the further degradation of our project budget or the schedule. So there are some different thing explained theory. We'll do one exercise to understand this EVM. So let's consider our project, a small project we are doing, where let's say we have to do a landscaping work of 10 villas. That is our project. And we have prepared our schedule that one villa we could complete in 1 week. That was in our plan. And our estimated cost for each villa landscaping is, let's say, $5,000. Are you all clear on this, our project plan? This is our project. And we know that for doing this 10 villas landscaping, total cost baseline or your budget at completion is, it's wrong, 50,000, no? 5,000 for one. So we have 10 villas. So 50,000 is going to be our budget at completion for 10 villas. Total timeline is going to be for 10 weeks for this 10 villas project. This is what is our plan. Now let's say we have completed 3 weeks. Now we are just monitoring our performance of the project. So we collected our data. So this is your actual data. Actual data after the third week completion. So third week completion is what we call as a status date or our data date. So now we have collected that data that by this third week, first villa has been completed 100%, second has been completed 100%, third villa was only completed 50% during that third week because of some heavy rainfall. This is our actual progress. Now the cost which we have incurred, that is what we get. We always update our books, no? So from our books we got that we have already spent 5,000 on the day week one for our first villa. We spent $5,050 for our second villa. There was some changes. See, this is what actually we have planned that 5,000 would be done, but might be in that particular villa you got some kind of a additional material. Some material was wasted by the workers, or might be it could be there, no? That is what on actual we have just collected our data. It could be more, it could be less, it could be same, isn't it? So this is what, just to explain you that actual can be anything. You will not be 100% accurate. So with this data we are trying to understand our performance. This data could be anything. That is what right now we have used. It could be more, less, or same as well. Third week, we could not complete our work because of some unforeseen weather conditions or whatever it is. And we had already spent 6,000, might be some of the cement, some of the other plants that we were using for our landscaping. They were not, they got just damaged because of the rainfall. So this is our actuals. Now, based on that, we would be comparing our project performance. So we do have, yeah, we should use some 2600, okay, for this 50%, let's say. This is what is our there. Now what we do, we have got three variables. One is your planned value. Now what is this planned value? Now please remember one thing, we are tracking our project, we are reviewing our project on completion of the third week. After the third week, what is our status of the project? So third week is our data date or the status date. This is as of today we are monitoring. So planned value is the value of work that was authorized in our project schedule till that date. No, till that third week. So that is what is the planned value, because we are monitoring on the third week completion. So by the third week, what was the value of the work that was scheduled? So we know that by the third week, we had a work for 3 villas, and that was your 30,000, isn't it? Not 30,000, 5,000 for each villa, no? So for 3 villas, 15,000. You can even calculate this formula also for using this planned value. You can have planned percent complete multiplied by your budget at completion cost, or you just consider that with 3 villas we have done, 3 villas was supposed to be done in our plan, so that estimated cost for those 3 villa was 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Or if you use this formula, that what was our planned percent completion, planned percent completion was 3 villas out of 10, 30% was our planned percent complete, isn't it? So just multiply this 30% with your total project budget. So 50,000 multiplied by 30% will be 15,000. That is our planned value. Now, what is this earned value? Earned value is the value of work as per your baseline for the work you have performed. The value of work that you have performed till that date as per our baseline. So what work we have performed? We have performed first villa 100%. So 5,000 value of work we have performed. Second villa 5,000 value of work we have performed. Third villa only 50%. So as per our baseline, what is the value of the 50% completion? 2,500, isn't it? So 12,500 is the earned value cost. Earned value, actual person completed multiplied by your budget at completion. We have only completed 2.5 villa landscaping work, and to do this 2.5 villa in our plan, we were supposed to spend only 12,500 value. Are you all clear on this? Yes, team. Any doubt on these two? Actual cost is the realized cost. The realized cost is what we can now calculate from here. So this is our 12,650. That is the realized cost on our project. Now we have got all these three variables. If you are clear on this planned value, earned value, and the actual cost, all your earned value formula would be understood to you very easily. Now we just calculate the variance in our project schedule. Earned value is the actual percent complete. So what is our actual percent complete? We have only completed 2.5 villas out of 10. That means 25% is the actual percent complete, isn't it? So our total budget was 50,000. So we have only completed 25%. This is how we have our earned value as 12,500. Or if you just assume that the value of the work we have done for the first villa 5,000, second villa 5,000, third villa we have only completed 50%. That is your 12,500. Actual cost is the realized cost. Actual cost is this realized cost. What actually we have incurred on our project to complete that work. This is based on your books. Just imagine, no, we have planned that we will be planning for this trip for this 10 days where we are going to spend maybe your $10,000. So we just have now to tally how much we have spent as of now. We do record now that how much we have spent, what is left with us. Yeah, BSA is going to be same. No, our budget at completion is same only, isn't it? Budget at completion is for the entire project is 50,000. We have to do 10 villas landscaping at the rate of 5,000. Are you all clear on these three variable: planned value, earned value, actual cost? Planned value is the value of work that was scheduled as per our baseline. Earned value is the value of work that you have performed as per the baseline. Actual cost is the realized cost of the work that you have performed, that you will be getting as per your actual realization. So now we have our schedule variance. So whenever we are doing this calculation, just to remember these formula, always put EV as first. EV minus PV will give us the schedule variance. So our EV is 12,500, PV is 15,000. So negative 2,500 is our schedule variance. That means we are behind schedule. That says ki we have 2,500 value of work still pending. In ideal condition, your schedule variance should be 0. If it is 0, that means we are exactly on our schedule. If it is positive, we are ahead. If it is negative, we are behind. Then we can also measure our performance. What is the efficiency of our team? That is what is the schedule performance index. It is again measured as the ratio of EV and PV. So what is the efficiency of our team? So this is what, like, we know 83%. We are just 83% following our baseline. Again, this has to be in ideal condition 1. If you are exactly on your schedule. If it is less than 1, we are behind. So you may not be getting mostly the calculation based question, but you may be getting the based on the understanding. The team has collected the data, that we have got our SPI of this project, CPI of this project in this way. Actual cost is 12,700. Let me just check it out. 12,650 only, no, Nisha? 5,000 one week we spent, second week we spent 5,050, third week we spent $2,600. Yeah, Nisha? So actually, how much we have incurred is our 12,650 only as per our book. So this is how we calculate our schedule variance and the SPI. Now cost variance is nothing but EV minus your actual cost. So our earned value, again we will be putting EV only always as a first, and with this actual cost we are going to calculate. So $150 we have spent more than what was in our baseline plan. So again we know that in ideal condition your cost variance has to be 0. If it is negative, you are overspending. If it is positive, we are within the budget, underspending. This is how you can interpret. Similarly, we can calculate our efficiency of the resources, isn't it? That when we are spending $1 in our project, whether we are getting the worth of the $1 or lesser work, we are able to do that. So CPI is again the ratio of two, EV and AC. So ratio of earned value and your actual cost. That says 98%, not 100%. 0.99 is our CPI. So this would be changing. If you change your actual cost, this may change, isn't it? That is what we use this formula to calculate it. Are you all clear on this as of now? What we did, CPI, SPI? Easy formula, no? Easy maths. Now we know that our budget at completion is the $50,000. Now we would estimate our forecasted cost, that what we are performing right now. So what would be our new forecast, isn't it? That is what we call as an estimate at completion cost, EAC. If CPI is less than 1, definitely it is overspending, no? In ideal condition, CPI has to be 1, because when it will happen, once we know that both your earned value and actual cost are same, then only we will have 1. If it is more than 1, we are under budget, within the budget, we are good position, we are spending within our defined baseline. If it is less than 1, we are spending more, isn't it? Overspending than our plan. So now we have a formula to calculate our future cost, estimated completion cost. What would be our new estimated completion? This is basically budgeted completion divided by CPI. If we are going to follow the same, so our new budget at completion will become $50,600. So your variance at completion is nothing but budget at completion minus estimated completion. This is what we are going to spend more. Now, if it is within our, isn't it? This is our plan. This is our actual. So we know that this is our BAC. This we have our management reserve. So we know that if it is within our threshold, within our tolerance, it is okay. If it is not, because right now there is no much variances, but if it is more than that, we have to raise a change request, isn't it? That is what we would be doing it. Now we do have to calculate our efficiency, that what performance we should maintain to achieve our desired goal. So that is what we call as a two complete performance index. With what performance team should maintain? Just consider your cricket, isn't it? We calculate the required run rate to understand with what performance we have to win this match. So how many balls are remaining? How many runs are remaining? Isn't it? We know that in ideal condition, if it is equal, it is good. If you know that balls are less, runs are more, our efficiency has to be increased, required run rate. Similarly, this is the two complete performance index, what efficiency team needs to maintain. Sonal, budget at completion is your cost baseline we have planned, no? This is what in our plan we know. What would be our total budget at completion cost? Isn't it? We discussed the highest level of our cost baseline. Okay. So this is how we also calculate that for every dollar spending, isn't it? We need to understand that what value of work we have to get. So this is what is the ratio of work remaining by fund remaining. Now, how do we calculate the work remaining? BAC minus EV will give us the work remaining. And funds remaining, BAC minus actual cost will give us the fund remaining. This is how we can calculate CPI, SPI more than 1 is good, less than 1 is bad. But when we are calculating this TCPI, now in this case, if we calculate, our BSc is 50,000, earned value was 25, isn't it? 25,000 only, no? 12,500, sorry. Divided by 50,000 minus 12,650. So this is 1.004. EAC calculation is wrong. Even I did the same. Might be, Lindsay, some decimal point is there, no? Maybe based on that calculator if you are using it. But it is coming same only. I'm using the Excel. I don't think, isn't it our budgeted completion divided by our CPI? It is coming as 50,600 only. Anyway, this is the formula. Maybe on the what level of accuracy you are doing, that might be the case. All right. So whatever, if you're getting 50,505, I don't know how come it is getting you this calculation 50,000 divided by 0.99. So maybe you're having a too much. All right. So this formula is this only. Now please do remember one thing. Whenever we have TCPI more than one, that is bad. That means for every dollar, we need to have more work to be done than the dollar. This is what, like, TCPI less than one is a good situation, but CPI, SPI less than one is bad, more than one is good. This is what you need to remember for the exam point of view. This is what is the calculation formula we use in our earned value. So you may expect some questions based on the understanding. Not any calculation questions would be there, but 5 or 10% people have reported there was one questions on this EVM calculation as well. This is also TCPI is nothing but work remaining divided by fund remaining. So if you know that TCPI is less than 1, that is good. That means we have got more funds than our work remaining. If it is more than 1, that means we need to get more work for every dollar spent in our project. So TCPI less than 1 is good, more than 1 is bad. CPI, SPI more than 1 is good, less than 1 is bad. Even we use this EVM in our Agile also, sprint also. How many story points delivered? How many story points were planned? I think I might be having that also. Yeah. So this is how we calculate in our Agile also. How many story points we have delivered? What was in our plan? We know that in our plan we had thought of 45 story points. We delivered only 40 story points out of that. So our SPI is 0.89. The cost of our story points delivered was 50,000 and plan was 50,000 and the actual cost that we have incurred to deliver those story points is, let's say, 48,000. So that is what is your CPI. So even this earned value we use in our Agile project as well to measure our sprint performance. This is what this also explains. What is your schedule variance, your SPI, Same what we discussed. Cost variance, your cost performance index. Then we have our estimated completion. How do we calculate it? And estimate to complete is nothing but how much cost is still remaining. We know that this is our BAC and this is our EAC, total estimate cost. And right now we are on this stage today. Now from this till this, what is the remaining fund? This is your estimate to complete cost. How much cost is required to complete the remaining work of our project? That is the ETC. So ETC is nothing but your estimated completion minus your actual cost. And even we used in our sprint also. How many story points we have delivered, what was the budget associated for those points, what actual we have incurred. So based on that, we can calculate our EVM. So questions, as I mentioned you, the scenario based, the team has collected that data. They have total budget was $50K and they have only completed 50% of the work and they have got their actual cost this much. So how you are going to interpret, maybe calculation based also, or sometimes they will give you that project SPI is this, CPI is this, how you are going to interpret, or they will give you the graph also that this was a planned, this is your earned value, this is your actual cost, isn't it? Or this is our planned value, this is our earned value. So we know that planned value is more, earned value is less, so we are behind. If your earned value is above this, we are ahead. So you can get these kinds of a graphical questions also. But not maximum people will get this earned value calculation. This is what, like, even people, learners have also given me this feedback. Only less than 10% people have got one or two questions on this earned value calculation. But this formula, you should keep it in mind. Even it is going to be useful for your ongoing project as well, to monitor your performance. If you use your MS project Primavera, we do have already a template. We just update the things, automatically things gets calculated based on our plan, based on our actuals. This is how it will be doing it. Now, how do we monitor our resources? Because both your team and your external resources, the contractors' works has to be monitored. They have to work together seamlessly, isn't it? So we need to always be alert if there are some potential issues or some kind of a conflict which may impact our timeline or our budget. So as a project manager, you have to check your contract terms and conditions. You have to check your resource plan so that we know that we have defined that by these five people, five developers, we will be able to complete this module by 1 week or by 5 days. Whether it is going to be done, you need some additional resources, all that thing we have to now monitor. So this is how you have to update, no, what has been used as of now, whether you require any additional resources, or if we find that the particular equipment, particular hardware has been already, the work is completed for that, so you can just release that resource also. Unnecessarily you'll be paying those rental charges, other things. So all those things we have to monitor, monitoring our expenditure, identifying if there are some kind of a resource shortage or there are some surplus resources are there, all that thing has to be monitored. So you have to always inform the relevant stakeholders if there are some issues with the relevant resources, especially when we are working with the matrix, no. So you are not able to take the decision for that particular resource. That is what you would be always connecting with the concerned functional managers or your resource managers to get the issue resolved. This is what, like, we have to see. And anytime you feel that you have to change or replace your resource, which will be the last resort, or you find that you have to have additional resources to complete this project on time, it would be done through the integrated change control process. Any plan can be only modified by the change control process if it is a predictive project. Now, how do we monitor quality? If you remember, I do mentioned yesterday we discussed what should be our plan for quality assurance. Quality assurance means how you are going to assess the quality of your processes, isn't it? Audits, reviews, that is what we have defined. These are the SOPs, flow charts, all that thing we have to follow. So whenever you find the tools in your exam scenario, audits, review, that means we are just reviewing our, checking our quality processes, quality of the processes. And we also have to evaluate our quality of the product deliverables, our project deliverables, our outcome. That is where we do the inspection and the testing. This is what we do as a control quality, isn't it? That is what, like, we have to always monitor the quality also. Now we do use the quality audit. The main purpose of quality audit is just to ensure that whether we are following the correct processes, whether our organization quality policy is being followed by our team. This is what, like, they are trying to collect those information. So we do have the internal audits, external audits depending on the project. And frequency also every organization do have, isn't it? You must be having a plan for your audits also. So how frequently you do that? Quarterly, monthly, or half yearly, isn't it? Internal audits are there, and sometimes we do have the external audits also. You do it annually, all right. But again, in the project, you should conduct it. Might be some internal audit or reviews. Reviews must be doing it, no? Isn't it, Mukund? Maybe audit you have a scheduled quarterly, half yearly, but internals we have to see whether our team is following the correct processes that we have defined in our plan or not. This is what, like, they will be sharing their audit report, quality reports. This is what, like, we are going to find out those shortcomings, those gaps, so that we can always correct them. This is the entire structured approach for our quality. So whether first of all you have to collect your data. So how do we collect our data? And we are only talking about our predictive right now. So we just collect our data by using those check sheets. You have your checklist. So we collect that data and then we plot that data on our histogram. Now we identify that what is the major issue, major factor, major cause that we are looking into first. That is where we use our Pareto charts. Then we also try to find out, Anuvrat, yearly data. No, audits are there. See, basically now when we say we are working on a very big projects, no, which will span for 3 years, 4 years. So we do have our internal audits and we do conduct sometimes the external audits also, because we know that our team or our department doesn't have that required expertise. So they hire the external auditors also, so that they can ensure that we are working with the best industry practices, especially when we talk about those compliances and all, isn't it? We do identify those consultants, subject matter experts, they will be assisting us. This is what we do. So we have our quarterly audits, half yearly audits, annual audits. That is what we are doing it. This is what we do define in our quality plan, isn't it? That what would be, we prepare our check sheets, checklist, and we know that we have to check our quality processes how frequently, based on the project to project again, isn't it? It could be bi-monthly, it could be monthly, it could be weekly also, based on the project what you are doing it. So we put it on our histogram, we identify the most significant cause, so that we also look into further, dig deeper into that particular root cause of that problem. Check sheets is nothing but, just for a simple example, you might have nowadays organizations use no check sheets for our cleanliness also, isn't it? We do have day 1, day 2, day 3. isn't it? If suppose you know that you have to have your uh, data, that whether we have done on our, maybe if you are doing it thrice, 10 a.m., 3 p.m., 6 p.m., isn't it? It is done, it is done, it was not there. So this is what we just put it on like that, isn't it? If you have your, let's say, schedule for your advertisement, isn't it? We have our check sheets. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. How many ads we released? Maybe two. On Tuesday, it was four. Wednesday, three. Tuesday, two, like that. So, this is how we put it on our check sheets, tallies, that we are doing it. So, now we'll just talk about these things. So, we first identified that root, that main cause, the main factor we have to first consider. Then we are going to find out the root cause of that problem, further digging deeper into that problem to look into the root cause of that. And finally we do have a scatter analysis. We'll just discuss one by one. So Pareto chart we already discussed. After collecting our data, we just plot it on a histogram to understand the what is the factor, what is the major cause for this problem, so that we can look for the most significant cause to first work on. This is how we are trying to first look into that. Then we do have our Ishikawa diagram, fishbone diagram, root cause analysis. So we know that whenever in a scenario we have been asked that the team is now looking into their quality issues. Now they first want to decide what should be their top consideration, what they should look into first to solve. So that is what tool they should use. In that case, Pareto chart would be helping us to identify the major cause of that problem. That is what they can look for. Now, once we want to identify the root cause of that problem, we use this Ishikawa fishbone diagram, which is also known as a root cause analysis. This is basically used to dig deeper into our problem so that we can identify the main cause of that problem. So we write our problem, we define our problem, and then we have a spine. We just draw a spine. So what would be the main factors? Equipment. It is a problem that our product quality is not matching the requirement, maybe because of the equipment, because of the processes, because of the people, material, environment, management. So that is what, like, we identify the main factors. Then we have the sub branches. Maybe management has a very low commitment towards the quality and bad working conditions. The equipment we are using is of not maintained properly. This is how we are identifying those sub branches, isn't it? Processes. We have not done enough R&D. People, workers fatigue. We are not giving them a proper rest. Too much of work, they are overloading. All that thing we are trying to understand so that we can find out the root cause and then we can implement our solutions. This is what we say, keep asking why, so that we can identify the main root cause. Then we have this control charts. So when do we use these control charts? This is basically when we want to understand whether the process we are following is within the control or we are having a stable process. So we just want to understand what are those potential deviations. This is what we use as a control chart. So this is nothing but, just imagine, this could be applicable in many scenarios. You know that you are running a coffee shop. Yes, SPC. So we know that for this coffee espresso shot, the best is what 25 seconds it take. But now you know that in a day we are processing 1,000 coffees. So not that every 1,000 coffee you will be able to give that perfect shot as in 25 second only. Might be we specify some limits. that this is our limits within which we have to work on. So those limits are again set by your deviations, no, Six Sigma, all those things. What is your deviation? Or maybe we have our specifications from the customer also. So we said that anything between 23 seconds, sorry, 26 seconds and 23 seconds is okay. That means things are in our control. So you collected that data and you plot it on this control chart. Let's say first says it was 25.1 second, 25.2 second, 3, it was 24 seconds, like that. So if data is within this control limits, your lower control limit and your upper control limit, that is means we are following a stable process. Our team, our equipment, our process, it is all stable. But anytime you find that any of this data point is going beyond this upper control limit or lower control limit, that means you have to investigate. There have some variations, this which you need to inspect. Maybe you have to check your processes, you have to check your material, you have to check your people. So that is what, like, you are now going to look into this control chart, so that we can identify our behavior and stability of a process over the time, where we want to expect a predictable stable result. This is where we use. Even when we are doing this manufacturing, customer has asked you that he wants a doors for 7 feet, and you know that if you are providing him 100 doors, 100 doors cannot be 7 feet exactly. So we do specify our control limits for that. 7 feet is suppose your mean, 7.08 or 6.9 is what is our control limits. Within that we have to work on. Any point is going beyond these control limits means they are, you have to check your process. Your process is having some problem. And here we also consider rule of 7. This is the most popular. There are several rules with this control chart, but this rule of 7 is being used in most of the statistical part, which says no consecutive 7 points should be either above the mean or below the mean. If you find that your coffee, it is 25.1, 25.2, 25.1, 25.2, 7 consecutive points are above this mean or below this mean, that is also that you have to investigate. You have to check. Maybe it is a time to revise your mean or whatever it is. That is what we have to see by using these control charts to check our predictability of the processes. So this is what, like, we use these tools: histograms, Pareto charts, your root cause diagram, Ishikawa diagram, and your control charts. And we do have our scatter diagram. Scatter diagram is basically used to identify the correlation between the two variables. It is basically just we are trying to visualize, if we are changing one variable, what would be the influence on the other. So you have one process input. Let's say our process input is number of testing, number of defects. So we want to identify the correlation between these two. So we know that you have doing one test or two tests. So what was the data? What were the defects you got it? So you just plot it like that. And once you increase your test, what was the kind of a data? So if you find that this is showing that when we increased our test, it is giving us lesser defects over the time. In this rule of 7, Shamug, we have in this control chart where it says if any of the consecutive 7 points are either above the mean or below the mean, that means there is a kind of a potential positive trend or a negative trend in your process. That is where maybe you have to look for revising your mean sometimes. This is what is the rule of 7 it says. There is a some trend or potential issue, right? Scatter diagram is again just we want to understand whether there is any correlation between the two variable. So we know that unnecessarily if you are increasing this input and you know that there is no correlation, then there is no point in that. No, just consider, you want to understand that if I am increasing my number of steps daily just to see how much it is going to impact on my weight. I know that I want to reduce my weight maybe from 65, or I just want to have it, this is the what I have right. So now you just plotted, no, you collected your data from past 5 6 months. Then when you took 5,000 steps, so what was your weight? Might be sometimes you got there, someday you got it was no impact, so you got this kind of a data plot, scatter diagram. That means there is no relation between my number of steps and the weight reduction. If you know that what is the correlation between any two variable, so we just decide our input and our quality characteristics so that we can see whether there is a correlation that exists between an input or output or not. There might be sometimes correlation in this way, there might be sometimes correlation in this way, sometimes in parabola, isn't it? Sometimes maybe like this, that there would be some input increase, it will give us the impact, but after that it will be all stagnant. All these type of correlation we do decide by plotting this scatter diagram. So these are the quality tools that we use in our quality monitoring: scatter diagram, control charts, Pareto diagram, Ishikawa diagram, and your normal histograms. So we know that we have to manage our compliances as the highest priority. That is what we have discussed in our first chapter, those best practices for our quality, isn't it? This is what like we have to always look into. And when we talk about our adaptive project team, so isn't it, they're always checking their quality, they have their sprints, they have their review, they have their retrospective, they're working only on small time boxes. That is how they are having their plans defined, and they're always checking on their part with the real time project. So managing compliances is the highest priority, so we have to test and validate our deliverables continuously, also not only at the end of the project. You have to check it continuously. That is what we do, follow our reviews, audits. At the end, definitely we are going to check before we are delivering it to the customer. We always identify and who will be the stakeholders who are going to give those approvals. That is what we have, our compliance council, compliance audits, isn't it? So we can always find out those solutions if there is some impact on your timeline, cost overrun, increased risk. This is what you would be doing it. That is why we always have our compliance sign off before we are delivering our product to the customer, just to ensure we have fulfilled everything. Now, how do we monitor our risk? Again, you have your risk register. Continuously check for the change in your probability, change in your impact, or some new risk has arisen. This is how we have to ensure. Or what if some existing risks are now outdated because they have gone below your lower threshold, very low impact, very low risk. That is what like we can sometimes outdate those risks also. This is what we can ask the questions from our team, whether the project assumptions are still valid, whether any risk has been retired. We also see whether we do require our risk audit just to see our risk management is effective or not. All that thing we consider. That is how we are going to evaluate that what strategy has to be modified in that case if we are not able to monitor them properly, or maybe your contingency reserve, what we have decided has been utilized fully, we have not got sufficient funds now for the remaining risk. All that thing we have to monitor. So analyze your reserve also. your schedule reserve, budget reserve, whether we have our sufficient for the remaining risk or not. So updating the risk register accordingly, this is how we are going to evaluate our project progress. So we know that once team is working, we may face lot of issues, lot of impediments are there sometimes. What are those obstacles team is having? Issues, impediment, blockers, whatever it is, we have to resolve. Any condition or situation which may have an impact on our project objective, isn't it? We may have an issue because of some unknown risk also, or we know that if negative risk has occurred, that will create an issue, or we have identified defects in our project during quality check. That is also an issue. We have got a delayed in our work. There is a cost variance. There is a issue with the vendor, isn't it? Whatever it is, we have to resolve it. So predictive team use the issue log to document all their issues so that how they can resolve it. Similarly, impediment is the word which is more in the scrum we use. The scrum people all use so many fancy words no in their project framework. So there they have this impediment log. Purpose is same. Whatever issues, impediment, blocker, whatever it is, it has to be documented. So issues and risk, there are two things if you remember. Risk are always focused on the future, uncertain event, which may occur, which may not occur. Risk could be positive, risk could be negative. If negative risk happens, it will definitely create an issue. Risks are documented in the risk register, and we do have a responses as a risk response. Issues are focused on the present, isn't it? We had a risk. What if the our design team or our particular designer will go for unplanned leave? Now that has happened. That designer has gone on unplanned leave for a 1 week or 10 days. That is an issue. Issues will always be negative. Issues are documented in the issue log. And response is what we call as a workaround. So issues could be there because of some negative risk. Issues could be there with some other areas also. Or we discuss, no, what if some unknown has happened? That is also impacted your project negatively. So you have to handle it, you have to address it. So that response strategy we call as a workaround. How do we address that particular issue? So once we have identified that risk has occurred in our project, we update our risk register also. And now we know that because of that risk, there is an issue which has arisen. So then that will be documented in your issue log also. So these are the areas, the sources from where we may have the issues. Issues would be, as we discussed, from the risk, or we found that our project is being delayed by 2 weeks or 3 weeks. We are having more spending. There are some variances we have identified. We have some quality related issues, vendor related issues, contract related issues, all that scope change control. That is what like now we are going to update as a issue log. So we do have a document which we call as an issue log. This is there in the predictive project also, and we do call that as an impediment log in the adaptive. So when we talk about this predictive, whenever you face any issue, because issue should be a kind of a regular topic when we are doing a kind of a meeting with our stakeholders or with our team. So whenever you identify any issue related to your team member or your processes or anything, we should add it in our issue log, because this is a very important artifact which will give us a good support or a good guidelines further in our further processes, further project also. We do assign an owner. Owner means who is going to address that issue. If this issue is related to your technical matter or your transportation matter, whatever it is. Give a realistic due date by which we want to get the resolution. So we should discuss issues at every status meeting so that if you're able to resolve them timely, it will be taking less effort. Always limit your open issues to a manageable number. What is the response we have taken, whether we are working, to be discussed, to be decided, all that we are going to update in our issue log. So risk register is different, issue log is a different artifact, different document. Scrum team also resolve these issues because they are responsible to find a solution on their own. So whenever they come across a problem, they do use this board, actually impediment boards. They may have those cards or a sticky notes, or maybe in a kind of a they just write it also on the physical boards. So they are going to find out the solution, and we know that we do have a role of Scrum Master who would be responsible for finding a resolution with the concerned party. So that is what, like, he would be discussing that with the concerned person to always look for those resolution strategies. So Scrum team always think of this. Lindsay, in your project, you might be using your RAID log perfectly, it's okay, right? But when we talk about in the project management, PMI has these two separate document. In your project, you can combine, that is perfectly fine, right? But right now, for our understanding part, please do consider them as a separate, okay? That is what you should always remain focused with these documents, these keywords that PMI is recommending. We can have our tailored, isn't it? That is what PMI also says. Tailoring is always going to be used by the project manager. You are free to tailor everything, tools, processes, what is good for your project. If you feel that this is working fine for me, please follow with that. But for our PMP exam, we need to remain focused with those terminologies, those keywords. That is what, please do keep it in mind. So we know that Scrum team always have a broader part to look for these issues. So managing the issues, impediments, obstacles, and your blockers. Now the last topic, how do we manage project changes? That was what people had know, how to implement those changes in the predictive. We know that there are several reasons, several uh, causes for our project changes. Inaccurate initial estimate. Might be in the beginning for our software development, we have not anticipated the kind of a complexities that we may have in our project, isn't it? Our estimate were inaccurate. We just predicted our timeline for 3 months, but later on we decided complexities are more. It may take at least 5 months to complete. What if some new regulations are there that has to be, that will impact our project? So we know that we have to introduce it in our project. We missed some requirements to collect in the beginning. Those are very, very crucial requirements. They are very, very important. Or what if sometimes we have our changes in the specification? Maybe if you're working with a special kind of a certain type of a engine for your new car, during the development process, engineering team just found, hey, there could be a better design option for this engine for its better fuel efficiency. So now we know that there is a specification changes. We have to raise a change request. Even in the agile project also, we know that we are working with that evolving customer needs. So we know that changes can happen anytime. Market shifts, new technology. Now AI is there. We have to implement it. Regulatory changes, all those things would be there in the agile also, but there we are already working with that mindset. So we know that we have a product owner who takes the decision. We don't have any lengthy process or a kind of a some plan. We know that changes would be incorporated in the real time, but decision maker is the product owner. Though product owner is going to incorporate the team for taking those inputs, for deciding it, that is what he would be doing that. And we know that we do not allow any changes during the sprint. That is a closed cycle. In the predictive, we do have a integrated change control process where we have defined our change management plan. We know that change request format has to be there. So this change request has to be logged. This will be going to our change control board, and this change control board is going to approve or reject it. This is how we are going to have the changes in our predictive project development approach. Then we are going to update all the artifacts because there was a change request to modify our scope. Now we know that with the scope modification, we need to modify our quality plan also. We need to have an impact on our budget. It will also impact the schedule, resources. All that thing has to be now updated, right? So that is what like we need to think on. After this flowchart, we'll go for a break. We just have 2 more minutes. I could see people are very much going for a. We'll just do a take a break after this flowchart. Just 2 minutes more. So this is the entire flow that we follow in our change management process. So we know that we have already created a template for our change request form, and we know that who can be the change initiator. So once they log this change request, we have to do a filter test. Might be whether they are the authorized change request initiator or not. That filter test we have to do. If it is rejected, we'll just send a rejection note. If we found that yes, those are the authorized people, so we accept that. Now we need to check whether this change request is going to impact any of our deliverable or no. If it is not, then why you are going to go for this unnecessary work which is not going to impact on any of the deliverable? We may send a rejection note. If we found that yes, it is going to impact some of our deliverable, so we have to prepare our impact statement first. So project manager will be preparing this impact statement. It is not just any change request comes and you go to the board. No. First you are going to evaluate it, preparing your impact statement, and then we have defined in our change management plan the different approval levels. If we found that this change request is just going to have some minor impact on our project, so that is what project manager will review it and it can give the approval. If it is going to be some moderate impact, we know that we have two level of approval. Project manager and the stakeholders are going to review. If it is going to have some major impact on our baselines, then definitely the sponsors, stakeholders, all together, they are going to give that approval. If they authorize that change, if they accept that request, we have to build and communicate that change to our team, and then we are going to execute it. If it is rejected, again we'll send a rejection note to the requester. This is how we have our process in the predictive project approach. This flow, please do keep it in mind. What are those steps? First, we document our change request, we analyze, and then we are going to communicate and update in our project. So let's take a break and come back so that we can talk about these change requests and contract changes. That is the last topic. Hi, I hope everyone is back. Yes. So this is the complete change management flow that we have. Now this is again predictive project we are talking about, okay? In the adaptive, it is always decided by the product owner only. Now, what could be those change requests that we have in our project? So change request could be ideally of any type. So this change request is mainly for the baselines, isn't it? We are raising a change request because we want to modify our baseline, maybe our schedule baseline, cost baseline, scope baseline. That is what is a kind of a change request to modify, but there could be some change request based on our processes. So those could be corrective actions. Now corrective action is nothing but we are just trying to take some action so that we want to just bring our project back to the project management plan. Just consider that in our software project, team is just facing a kind of a issue that they are having the work behind their schedule because of some bottleneck during their testing process. So we just raised a change request for getting some new testing equipment for our project, or maybe we require some two additional testers to speed up our thing. So this is a kind of a change request that we have requested for during our working to correct our process so that we can get aligned with our plan. This is a kind of a corrective action. Now there is the another thing we call as a defect repair, because this is actually during our execution part where we have identified that something we want to correct to get aligned with our plan. Now what if suppose during our testing control quality process, team has identified a defect in our software or in your product. Now we have to all that cost of non-conformance, no, we have to raise a change request to repair that, rework on that. All that is a kind of a change request which is to modify a non-conforming product. Now third is your prevention action. Preventive action is basically a proactive measure we are trying to take just to avoid the potential risk or problem in the future. We just ensures our future performance of the project work with the plan. It is just consider a scenario that your project is running, and during our project, maybe it is a kind of a construction project. Now they identified that certain material is being not used efficiently. We are just wasting some of the material, though it is not impacting our timeline or our cost or any other area, it is all okay. But we just predict that there might be a risk that in future, what if we face some kind of a shortage of material, or maybe some kind of our cost impact on that. So we just want to raise a change request to have a proper material management system. This is what is a preventive action. It is just like we are working and we just are doing, the team is doing something, but as a quality leader or as a team leader, you just assess that what if in future we should not face any problem, let me have a proper checklist for our process. That is how you are going to raise a change request for having a proactive action, just to ensure we are not going to miss our timeline. Rakesh Kumar, for everything. Now, this is, we know that it is not going to have any major impact, no, on the timeline and the other thing. Project manager can approve this. Yes, Rakesh, that flowchart is for all. Okay. But this is what, like, there are certain authority given to the project manager also. This is what, like, you define in your change management plan. We just have to follow that only. Now, there are in some organization, we know that we have a steering committee, we have our change control board. So might be they are only doing this contract change control, or you may have a separate body. They are going to be responsible for all our maintaining all our contract change control processes. So they will document all the dispute resolution process, approval level, everything. So they will be collecting that data, tracking, adjudicate to communicate those changes, isn't it? Sometimes we face the dispute with our vendors, some contestant changes. So we do try to resolve it with the mediators, some arbitrator, rather than just going into the court directly. We try to find out some alternative methods by discussion, by negotiations, we try to resolve. But last option is always the court only. But similarly, there are sometimes we do face some kind of a contract modifications for our project that has to be done, because we do have sign a contract, and in between suppose we have to modify them. So what could be those modification? So we may have administrative changes, contract modification, supplemental agreement, constructive changes, termination of contract. See, administrative changes are the non substantive changes, non significant changes. So it is just like not going to impact any of our terms and conditions of the contract, but they are required to be modified in the contract for the smooth administration. Just imagine that you have signed a contract with a vendor, and we know that in that might be Rakesh Kumar was the project manager. So all that information was shared, was documented. Now after a couple of weeks and month, Rakesh was shifted to some other project. Now Sunil is our new project manager, or we have changed our office. So don't you feel that that information needs to be updated in our contract for the smooth administration? That is what we call as an administrative changes. It is not going to have any impact on the terms and conditions, but for running this administration part, all those new things has to be updated. Second is your contract modification. These are the significant changes to the contract requirements or your product requirements. Now we have signed a contract for our software project with all those scope defined. In between, now the client wants to add something, new thing, which was not a earlier part of a contract, isn't it? Now we know that this is going to be some significant changes. That is what like the change request would be there. The contract board, the contract change control board is going to take the decision. That is what they will be negotiating with the sponsor for all that new requirements which has been added. What would be the impact on cost and the other things also? Or might be you have signed a contract with a vendor, and because of the some issues, now vendor is asking you to extend this timeline from 8 months to 9 months. So that is a kind of a contract modification, significant changes in our terms and condition. Third modification is your supplemental. It is just a kind of an addendum. It is just like we have signed a contract for some of the software part or some of the services building. Now, along with that, later on, we want to sign an additional contract for the support services as well. So that has to be negotiated separately. That has to be signed separately. It cannot be done with the same existing contract. That is the supplemental agreement, which is just going to be some additional addendum agreement with your customer, with your vendor, which was not there originally. Now we know that there is a need of additional agreement. So that is how you are going to sign it. Maybe we have signed a contract for our social media marketing for one product. Now we find that we have also launched a new product. We want to give the contract to the same party. So we have to negotiate it separately, and it will be an additional supplemental agreement, addendum to the existing one only. Then we have a constructive changes, which is sometimes going to lead towards the dispute also. So sometimes in our project, we do have a kind of a situation where changes could be made by the buyers through action or inaction. Now, this theory says you have done some changes which were not documented. Just like You are constructing an office building for a client. Now you are just doing the painting work. Client just walks in. He says, hey, in my office, instead of white color, please go for this beige color or some other color. He just requested you. You just followed his request and you done that without the formal documentation. Now you would be raising an for this compensation. Might be it had incurred more cost. That paint was more costlier than the earlier. So this is what like you would be asking for this, claiming for this additional work. Though client has said you, he only initiated that he will not refuse. He may pay, but sometimes what if hey no, you have to do it in the same way. It may lead towards the dispute also. That is where we have sometimes these kinds of disputes based on this constructive changes also. Last is your termination of contract, where either the vendor got default or our needs are changed. We just signed a contract for our attendance system. So maybe in between, our organization has implemented the ERP, which is already taking that feature inbuilt in this. Now we don't require that software. So might be we will be terminating that contract by paying the termination charges. Or might be the vendor is not able to deliver that quality. So based on that conditions, we are going to cancel the terminate that contract. So these are the different type of contracts that we have in our project or modifications that we require, that we use. So this is mainly going to have lot of dispute sometimes. And what if suppose in this also either party refused to accept that change? That is also sometimes would be happening. So this is what like you should keep it in your mind. Okay. So what are these types of contract changes? Now we know there are some legal concepts also when you have to manage these dispute, isn't it? We have in our contract all this warranty, waiver, breach of contract. Nisha, please focus on topic. We'll discuss that little later. Okay. C&D. Now we know that warranty is something. It is all we know. When we buy the laptop, mobile, or anything, it comes with a promise that within this 2 years, if anything goes wrong, they are going to always do that reworking, isn't it? Waivers are always also there sometimes, which is nothing but just consider it in that way. When we have a contract, especially you have signed a contract for your office rental agreement, we know that there is a condition that if we are making the delayed payments for our rent, there would be the late fine charges. But what if suppose we know that we have paid all our rent for 3 months timely, fourth month we got delayed. But now that landlord might be seeing our good relationship, or with that he just waived off that late charges. In our contract with the vendor, we know that we have signed a that for the delayed material supply he had to pay the late fine, late charges. But we know that based on some conditions, because there was some genuine reason, that because we know that we had a very poor weather condition for last 1 week, that is why that vendor was not able to deliver on time. So that is a kind of a genuine reason. So might be we will waive off that late charges. That is what is a kind of a waiver. This is what in certain cases we have it. Based on the genuine condition, genuine reason, we are waiving off. Breach of contract, all of us knows. Failure to meet some or all the obligations in our contract. When we are not abiding by the terms and conditions, isn't it? That is also a breach of contract. So sometimes the parties has to pay, isn't it? The damages charges also to the other parties. Last one is your very serious one, or a kind of a dispute also, cease and desist. It is a warning actually, which either you are giving to the vendor or to your employees, whatever it is, or to any individual or to any organization or to any company, where we are issuing them a warning letter to stop and do not repeat. Cease and desist means just stop the activities and please do not undertake them again. This is a kind of a matter. If you are in receipt of CND, the first step as a project manager, you will stop your work. Now I mentioned no, we will never stop our work in our project in any case, but whenever in a scenario, in a question, it comes that you are in receipt of the CND letter, first step would be to stop your project. Whatever is the reason, might be it will be there, no, that it is some misunderstanding, or might be we can discuss with the legal department or that department to discuss on this matter. No, first is you will be stopping your work, afterwards you are going to see what you have to do. All right, so this is a kind of a warning. Once the one we find that somebody is indulged in unethical behavior, they are not following your guidelines, maybe you have they're using your trademark uh, illegally, all that things are there, so we are going to issue a warning letter before taking a legal action. So this is the CND letter. So just we have to use these concepts whenever we are working with the contracts with the this is what, like, we know that our legal department all those are going to have, but these concepts as a project manager we should understand. So whatever the change requests are approved or rejected, based on that we have to update our baselines, timelines, what all other things would be impacted, work packages, your resource assignment, everything. Even the agile team also may remove some of their lower level items which they find that they have never come on the top. So might be they feel that it is not going to add any value. So we may remove those user stories or those items from our product backlog also, so that we can incorporate new requirements in that. So this is the last topic of our managing changes in this fifth chapter. So how you are feeling? Isn't it fourth and fifth lessons were easy? Yes or no, team? They were easy, no? So yes, this is our last class. For any support you want, you can always reach out to our support team. They will get connected to us, Nisha. You do have all your classes recording with you, and you, I think, have got a chance to revise your sessions with other batches also. I suppose you have to check with our learner success manager or the team. They give you a chance to repeat the sessions also. I'll just discuss about our preparation part. Let's first complete our. We will be doing that also. Yes, Manmad Kiran, we will be doing that. First, let's do this small topic also, because the way we have initiated, planned, executed, monitored, we know that any project which has been initiated, that will be closing also, closing all the phase group, all the phases that we talked about: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, closing. That will be there for every project. Okay, if a project has been initiated, there has to be closure also. So closure could be done for a phase also, for the entire project also. There are what are the reasons for our project closure, isn't it? Sometimes we have a, that whatever the objective we have decided, what we had discussed in the plan, whatever we have thought of, we are able to deliver it as per the expectations of the customer. So we are happy, customer is happy, all happy, team is happy, all happy ending. But it is not always there. Sometimes what if we had incurred a kind of an issue or a kind of a, because of the merger acquisitions, now our project has been shelved off, or because of some maybe the fund problem, we don't have now the funds to for supporting this project, we have to do the project closure, isn't it? So we'll talk about that. So we have to examine, we have to check with our benefit realization plan, benefit management plan, whether the benefits that we have thought of, we are able to gain them or not. And then lastly, final lessons learning session, and updating our repository. That is what this OPAs. So first is your phase closure or the project closure. So we may have a project closure because of this fulfillment, because stakeholders have accepted the deliverables based on the acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria was defined in our scope statement, isn't it? So based on that, now we have got our project accepted by the customer. We have validated our scope. Now we know that our customer will give us the sign off. So we also use our requirement traceability matrix to ensure the completeness of all the requirement, isn't it? This requirement traceability matrix is going to help us to identify our requirements from its origin till its completion. We trace and track the completion based on that. This is what like we are going to compare. In the adaptive, we know that once our sprint is done, we have reviewed our product. Now the product increment would be handed over to the product owner. After every sprint, you are going to hand over that output to the product owner only. So this is how we do use our DoD to get the acceptance. So sometimes we know that we do have a premature or forced closure. Any one of you who have faced where you had to prematurely close your project, where we could not achieve the full objective? Yes, it may be sometimes. No, it is not always the happy ending. We may have sometimes the experience of this premature closure, yeah, because of the budget issue, or maybe because we have a kind of a vendor dispute. It has now gone into the court. So now we have to close, isn't it? Might be because the organization priorities are changed, because there is a shift in the leadership, because of the financial support is not available. Yeah, client funding issue also, isn't it? So now whether it is a happy ending, whether it is a premature closure, we have to perform all the closure activities. And what we do in the closure, we have to get, because even in the premature closure, whatever work we have done, we are going to get the acceptance for those work at least. So we'll getting the acceptance of our deliverable. We have to do all the transition activities of the deliverables that we have decided. Do notify all these stakeholders. No, hey, we are just going to close our project. If you have anything from your end, that is what is a kind of your formal notification you would be giving to the stakeholders. Preparing the final report, we'll just see about this content. The way we have a project charter, even we do have a final report of our project, where we are going to document all those information related to scope, schedule, budget, quality, all those parts. Then we have to conclude all the external obligations. There is no legal, regulatory, contractual obligation lies on us, though we know that we are timely doing the payments for our vendors as per the terms and condition. But still, during the closure, you have to ensure that no open payments, contracts are there right now. Then we have to archive all the project information, lessons learning sessions. We'll just talk about that. Then we release our people. So all this closing part we do define in our project management plan. Project management plan will document everything, how to manage, execute, monitor, and close our project activities. Now, when we say transitions or the handovers, so in the predictive project, all the deliverables will be handed over to the customers or the owner for whom, isn't it? Where we know that the project manager has done, the project team will hand over these deliverable to the operational team. So now we'll just see, we have our benefit management plan. So where we know that certain benefits we would be able to realize in short term, that certain benefits we just get it at the end of the project. But there are some ongoing benefits that we are going to get as a operational part, isn't it? After maybe 3 months, 6 months, we know that we have a benefit that 30% cost reduction by 6 months. We will have some 40% cost reduction or revenue part. So now this is what would be realized as an operational. So this would be now transferred to the operational team, operational managers. That is how now that is their responsibility, because as a project manager you are not going to handle those operations, isn't it? Now that is the role of the operations manager to do that. In the adaptive project, we know that every iteration output is handed over to the product owner. In the hybrid, we do have our tailored solution, because that is how we are always doing it in a kind of an incremental way to the organization when we work with the hybrid. Transition and handovers are the same thing only, no? See, transition plan we have defined, no? Not transition plan actually. Transition requirements we have discussed, no? In the beginning, at the time of our requirement collection, we do document all these transition requirement also. So we have to have a plan for these transition activities in our scope planning, isn't it? And we discussed, no, once we are going to implement those changes, after the project is going to bring out in our organization, we discussed that rollout plan, if you remember in the first chapter, when we discussed about the change management, isn't it? So that is what, you know, that what are those changes our project is going to bring about. So we have made a plan that how we are going to implement that, our implementation plan. So we have to first ensure before our transition and handover that all the teams should be ready for that, isn't it? We have to perform or check on the readiness of our stakeholders are ready for these changes. We have to ensure that our business team is ready, support team is ready, all that we have to ensure. That is what, like we discussed, then we do this Adkar model, no, all that thing we have to ensure. This is what, like, you are going to do, check before you are transitioning your project deliverables or handing over it to that. These are all requirements that we have, no, trainings, documentation, the communication between the project team and your support team, organizational operational team. And we do have the post implementation support sometimes, isn't it? We know that we do have a kind of a hand holding for next 6 months or 3 months, that we will have a kind of a help desk. They are going to support the operational team for all their queries and all. Now we have to, as we know, that whenever you have signed a contract, so based on our contract terms and condition, we close it. We never delay those payments unnecessarily. It is going to have our late fines and the other thing. But we have to work closely with our finance department or our procurement department, so that as per the terms and conditions, once we ensure that the contract conditions are done, they are fulfilled, so we need to initiate their payments on time. Sometimes we do have our in the payment, the contract, no, we do keep some retention amount that would be paid only at the project completion. Contract is closed here, but now we know that some 20%, 30% we retain, and only at the end of the project we are going to pay them, or maybe after completion after 1 month or that. That is again based on some project to project, some conditions we do have, if we want to have those retention money, all those things for our project. So that was the closing. Now benefit realization is again, you just have to check what was there in our, so review your benefit management plan. Based on that, we are going to check whether we are able to realize those benefits or not. We all got this benefit management plan. Now in the predictive project, like suppose you know that we have handed over the deliverable to the operational team, customer. Now what if suppose customer is requesting for any improvement or modifications? We always deliver that as a new project. It will not be considered as a same project. That is what we say during our operations also. We are doing several projects for enhancement, for modifications, for improving, for adding the features. This is what in the predictive project we have, that once we have got the formal acceptance by the customer, after that if customer is asking for any additional, any improvement, it would be done as a new project. But in our adaptive, we know that any improvement modifications can be developed as a new sprint by discussing with the product owner. In the hybrid projects, we do have our organizations and the team, they have a tailored solution. So mostly like this is a kind of a term, DevOps or hypercare is what, like we have. DevOps is nothing but development team and operational teams are coordinating for this particular project. So that what happens now, there is a development team, now they have developed something, so they know the in and out of that project. So during your transition, might be the operational team will take some time to deliver or to realize those benefits, because they will take some time, because there is sometimes no that gap, because development team is not the operational team also in certain cases. But when we say in this hybrid or this DevOps, so we have a very close coordination between the development team and the operational team. And sometimes development team and operational teams are the same also in some cases. So that is how we feel that those benefits could be realized in a better way over the time. This is how they are going to have a very good coordination between the development team and the operational team to sustain those benefits after our project. We know that benefits has been realized. Now sustaining those benefits is also important, that we are able to realize those benefits the way it has to be. So in the predictive project, we know that there are several benefit owners, business analyst, sponsor, operational manager, project manager. But in our adaptive, it is the product owner who is the benefit owner for that project. So benefits will have come at different stages based on your project life cycle. Some are short term, some are long term benefits. That is how we just transfer our benefit management plan also to the uh, customer or to the operational manager who is going to then report those benefits. Last, you just capture your knowledge transfer. All that throughout the project, whatever knowledge, whatever documents, whatever artifacts we have maintained, whatever lessons learning sessions we did, whatever retrospective we did, now it is the final capturing of our knowledge sharing. That is what we have conducted retrospective, final lessons learned meeting. So we are going to archive all the project information. So we just finalize our projects lessons learned register. This is basically for the project. And we do conduct several projects in our organization. So all those projects registers would be kept as a central repository, lessons learned repository. That is the main difference between two. Registers are for the individual project documents. Repository is the central store of your historical lessons learned information from various projects across the jurisdiction. So once in our closing phase, don't we have a final lessons learning meeting, final retrospective? We do conduct the sprint retrospective, but there would be now overall project you are going to look at. You will just review the entire project. So we just conduct our retrospective, we just identify the data to find out the root causes, all those countermeasures, so that we can have our action plan for the future projects. We just praise, congratulate our team members, we do a party, isn't it? This is how we just celebrate our success and then we adjourn, morning stage. Even the predictive project also, the project manager should conduct a success party for the project. Do you people conduct it or no? At the end of the project, do we have this? Yeah, that is what, like, you're motivating the people, congratulating our team. It is always going to be a very good, no? So we just have those final meetings, all hands on meeting. We capture all our lessons learned documentation, what we have learned and what we missed, how we could do it more better in our future projects. All that thing happens even in the predictive project also. So we just finalized, because throughout the project we are updating our lessons learning registers, but now it is the time to finalized. Abhishek says it depends on the budget. Yeah. Okay. So but that is what, like, PMI says management should give you your party budget also, or at least you should see what we can do in that way, isn't it? Something has to be done for celebrating our success. All of us has done so much of hard work, all that efforts, so we should get a chance to celebrate that also. So we just finalize our lessons learned and we consolidate them in our repositories. If contingency is left, you can use it. No, if what if contingency is not there, so that is what you can, because usually management should give you, but again it depends, we cannot force them to do that. So this is how we have our final report. So which will be the summary of all your performance related to your scope objectives, quality objectives, cost, your validation informations, all your things what you have used, no, all that survey results. And isn't it, we do conduct sometimes in the final stage our net promoter score for the project. What is our NPS? You all know about this NPS, which is nothing but percentage of promoters minus percentage of the detractors, isn't it? So that is what we are saying. How many people will refer, how many stakeholders are going to talk good about our product? That is what even Amazon, Flipkart, all those people take that review, no, survey feedback. So how many are detractors who are not going to refer anyone? How many of us are the promoters? How many of us are the neutrals? Yeah, net promoter score, percentage of promoters minus percentage of detractors. So this is what is our final journey of our project closure. Now moving on to our application. Please pay a good attention for our application part. I am just giving you the live demo how you have to fill it up. So go to your PMI website, and once you are going to click on, I'll just start from the beginning. I'm just using a dummy email ID to explain you the process. I will be sharing you the complete documents also. So what you have to do, you have to go to your PMP application and click on apply for PMP. I think there is a link also which is there on your PDF also. Start, isn't it? So you have a link there. I'm just coming. That link is also there, Ramanujan, for testing center. Okay. So once you are going to log in, you have a in your website apply now, right? So once you are going to apply now, you will have this window. PMP apply now. Certifications PMP, when you click, you will be having this apply now button. So you have to use your credentials. Wait, you just have to use your credential to log in, and it will direct you to your application part, right? So once you have come to your PMP application, it has got three sections. One is your education, then your project management experience, and then your exam detail. All right, these are the three sections that you have. So first is your education you have to fill. In your education, you have to fill your all that graduation or your masters, whatever is your highest qualification. All right, if it is a master's degree, if it is a graduation degree, whatever it is, if it is a bachelor's degree, you have to put it, and you have to save your education. So once you save your education, then you have to come down to your professional education. It could be any, it should be bachelor's degree, no, whether it is a part time, full time, no matter. You, whatever is your qualification, masters or bachelor's degree, you have to mention. And then comes your professional education. So professional education, you have to mention your PMP, whatever is your certificate title has, no, that course title you have to give. And you have to put Simply Learned Solution Private Limited and your start date of the course. We started in the month of May. So May 2025 to June 2025. And qualifying hours are 35. Just save it. You should register it now. You have to fill your application now. You can start working on it. I'll just tell you, at least the draft has to be prepared. I'll share you the complete draft, but this is how you would be updating. So once you have updated your education and the professional education, now it is going to ask you for experience. Here, what is the important point to note? You have to mention your project title. Now, please, if it is that one project you have done which has lasted for 36 months, you would be just giving one project details. If suppose three projects completes this 36 months of time, you have to do 36 months, three project or four projects you have to submit. Joshua, if your application has been already approved, you need not have to reapply again. Once application gets approved, it is valid for 1 year. For PMP, applying for this exam, we have to first fill this application. Now, how do you fill up these details, right? So now let me just tell you, you have to use a template here. So if you go on the drive content, you have a PMP application folder where I have given you some checklist that you have to use before submission, what you should not write. Sample applications also I have shared for Agile Predictive. I will share you the blank template that is also their blank template. So that blank template you should right now keep a draft. Now you can simply copy paste it. Just copy your project, go to your application, type paste it, right? But this draft you can start doing it right now. Maybe you know that your certificate would be unlocked after you give your two assessment, but you can keep this Word file ready with you. I'll share you this template with you so that this information is there. Now you just have to do the copy pasting, isn't it? Just you have the things with you, just do the copy paste. Predictive or agile or hybrid, I'm just coming to that. So you have just mentioned your organization name, then your job title. Job title could be anything. It should not be a kind of a project manager, program manager, team leader, coordinator, whatever it is immaterial. Okay. So that is what you can mention it over here. What is your functional reporting area? So you have to choose it. Operations, research and development, training, educations, other, whatever it is. Your organization's primary focus, aerospace, automotive, construction, consulting, energy, all that thing we can specify here. Then your project approach, whether it was waterfall, agile, hybrid. So based on that, we have to give our description. What was your team size? What was the project budget? So there is a range actually. It was 10 million to 25 million, 5 to 10 million, 1 to 5 million. So you can just give a range, or we do have a last option classified if you don't want to disclose. Then comes your project dates. Suppose this project had lasted for, it is some range you can give. If you have an idea that this project might be within this range, if it was in Indian rupees, you can just convert it in dollar, no? So you can just give a range. If you don't want to give, you can put it as a classified. Govardhan, it was a kind of any role, as I told you, no? It could be a leader role, isn't it? Role could be anything, but project management experience should give all the description that we have discussed here. Now project date you have to mention, and we have to ensure, let's say suppose you started your project in January 22 and we finished this project, let's say by March 2023. And please make a note, do start from the most recent experience. That is the recent project you have done it. You have to start from that project first. Now, in the project description, you have to define the project objective, project outcome, your role, your responsibilities. That is what we have given you some samples. You can even take the help of ChatGPT and then you can modify. No, if you are doing two projects in the same time, they will only consider one. So you have to report because anyway, we just require 36 months, no? So you can use different project with the different timeline. Same project will not be considered if you have done multiple project in the same time frame. That is what please do keep it in mind. There should not be overlapping. No overlapping. In that way, you have to fill it up. Now you can simply copy this objective outcome in one or two lines. You have your project responsibilities. Yes, that is what I am coming to. That if we have to report four projects to complete our 36 months, we have to use separate boxes. Now, objective, outcome, responsibility should be in initiation, planning, execution, monitoring. No, what we had discussed throughout our PMP journey. Even you can take the help of the keywords from your exam content outline. The task and the enablers are there. No, those enablers you can make use of in explaining your description, because you have to report your experience that you have led your project. Avoid using term we. Don't use the we. Avoid using supporting, maintenance. That will be an operational activities. Innovation, modifications, enhancement. That is what you would be using that. And always you have to lead, no? So maybe you have collaborated with the business analyst. So this is what, like, you have to do, start from initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, closing. Just copy it and you can paste it on that. I will be sharing you, this is there, the word file is also there. I'll just tell you. Once we fill it up, save your experience, it will show that 15-month already we have done it. Now we have to add new, add additional experience. Then you have to write the next project. Don't do the multiple project in the same box, they will reject your application. All the projects has to be reported separately, individually. So project title, project objective, you have to report your experience from past 8 years only. We are in the 2025 year. So any project you have done after your 2018, you can report. All right. No overlapping should be there. If one project was lasted for 3 years, you can just fill up one project only. If there were multiple projects, you have to use multiple projects, isn't it? Three projects fulfills your 36 months. Four projects fulfills your 36 months. That is irrespective. You may use multiple projects. So save it and again it will tell you. So once your 36 months are done, see, that is what I just mentioned, Munmun. Whatever, Bimal, sorry, whatever project constitutes your total 36 months. Right now, my one project has fulfilled 15 months. Now I'll go for my second project. So let's say I have just got my second project. So I'll fill it up here, and that project lasted, let's say, because I don't have to overlap, isn't it? My this project was finished in 2023 January 2022. So before that, let's say I started my project in the agile way, and my duration of that project was from January 21, and I finished it November 2021. Right? Your project title has to be copied down. Your organization name has to be copied down. Ongoing you can do, but because in ongoing you cannot have that closing, no, so avoid using that ongoing. Maybe you can convert it into phase one type. Otherwise they give you that option, ongoing one also. but try to give the completed one also, so that we have the closing as well. You can convert your bigger project, maybe 4 years 5 years project, into the 2 or 3 phase wise also you can report it. So once you complete it, save your experience. Now it will say how many months. Okay, budget I have not specified. Team, my budget is this much. Reporting area, customer service, organization reported. Let's say this I have just used. So as soon as I am going to save my second project, it will tell 26 is over. Now one more project I have to give. Only 26 months I have fulfilled. Organization can be multiple. It is not that you should have an experience with the same organization. You can use multiple organization also, and you have to use this. So once your 36 months will be fulfilled, no, it will ask you to go ahead with your exam details further, right? So this is how you have to make use of it. So just use these templates what I have shared you. You can modify these templates also. It could be any Kupuswami, whatever project you were doing it. Hey, experience is required, no, for the project. Even your premature project, you have to do that closing. Exactly, Purushottam. If one project fulfills that 36 months, it is okay. Right now, what you have to do, I've shared this template. This template is what you can use in your Word file for drafting your details. You can, as I told you, make use of your AI tools also for reframing this application. Give a good prompt that as per the PMI guidelines I need to do. So what should be my objective? They can always give you the rephrasing. Then you can modify it accordingly. So use this template, and I have also given you the summary drafting that you can use, right? What you are going to use for your project title, project overview, project goal, and then experience. I'm just coming to that. Your project experience when you are doing, so we have given some tips also. As a project manager or as a project leader, I was appointed for this project. No, maybe your role is different, but maybe for this project I was appointed as a project leader, as a project manager. So I led this project. I was appointed by my sponsor. So this is how you are going to start your experience. Then in the project experience initiation, I have given you some guidelines, what you should write. Maybe you assisted your business analyst in the requirement gathering, all that thing, no? So this is how you have to mention it. Please just park your questions or don't write it now. Follow this flow first. Planning, then execution. I've mentioned when you are writing your planning and execution, no. So we discussed lot of processes, no. That risk identification, we use our SWOT analysis, we use our brainstorming, the document review. So you should write that whatever we have studied in our PMP classes. So you have to use those keywords. If it is an agile, no, all those keywords, that sprint planning, retrospective, collaborated the team meetings, conducted the conflict handling sessions, just all those kind of a keyword should be reflecting in your experience. So monitoring and controlling, what all is task we did it. So you just refer to your exam content outline enabler and you can use them. So all this I have mentioned, and there is a document PMP study plan and application guideline. In this is what link is there, how to apply for PMP and your all the step by step process. Please keep it in mind. Randomly, once you submit your application, they will pick it for audit. So if they pick your application for audit, you have to download. They will give you the link that you have to fill this audit form. So what in that audit form they will ask you, no, you have to upload your degree photo, mark sheet of copy also. You have to give the references, whatever project you have reported to PMI, one reference, email ID and mobile number you have to give. So they will be getting the acknowledgement from that person for reviewing that, for acknowledgement that you were there in this particular project. So it is good practice. You can put that person into confidence that I am applying for a PMP. So after that audit only you can talk, no, that I have reported this experience. So you have to acknowledge that. So for every project you have reported, you have to give at least one person. If the same person was your reporting manager for all the project, that is okay. But that is what they will be asking you. So once you complete that audit form, then they will be giving you the approval for your application. I have given you all those guidelines also. And in this, I have given you several sample. This is the testing center link I have given you. All right, what are the things you have to follow those protocols, isn't it? All these things I have explained it. There is a dedicated video also, but all those FAQ step by step process, and there are some example. This is another example for your agile project. This is another project example. Agile, predictive, hybrid. So you can take all these references and you can make use of filling up your application form. Don't use we, support, maintenance. That is what always chances are there, because they get it reviewed by sometimes the AI also. So avoid using that tool, right? So please refer to this folder and your application drafting guideline, because you have to use all these description objective that we have in our PMP application for filling it up. So your description should give the all process groups: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, closing. So once you have given this 36 months of your experience, that should not, and always start from the recent one. Again, I am repeating, first recent project, then again before that, then again. It should be in that order only. Last 8 months, 8 years only, they are going to consider. No overlapping. Project numbers, there is no limit. If you feel that I was involved in the agile project for 3 months, 4 months, you may have that. So once your application got approved, you have got 1 year with you to give your PMP exam. All right. So you can make use of that 1 year, but don't extend your timeline that much. Always 3 months is more than sufficient. Even if you are spending 1 hour daily, 3 months would be sufficient. Do practice your PMI test paper, simply learn mock test to get more confidence. The test paper which I have shared it separately on the topic wise, they're also exam like questions only. All right. So before filling your application, read this document and follow those guidelines. Refer to these templates, go for these timelines. For reaching out to me, you have to raise a support ticket to our support team. They will get connected for any kind of an assistance, because as per the protocol of the company, we cannot share our personal details on this platform. See, Joshua, for PMI, membership is a different thing. For application part, you need not have to be a member. Application, you can even submit it right now. Membership is required for giving up your exam. So once you submit your application, it gets approved, then you can claim your exam voucher and the PMI membership from the Simply Learn, right? So that is what you have to use. So might be if you do your assessment test within this next week, you can submit your application, but you can keep your draft ready with you based on this document. Keep your draft ready so that it would be only taking you 15 minutes to copy paste, isn't it? That is what you have to make use of it. And do refer to our topics that we have studied, our enablers of the exam content outline. You can make use of those enablers in writing those in the sequential manner: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, isn't it? What the flow we had followed in the 6 chapters, no? Refer to that in filling up your project management experience. Are you all clear on this experience part? Please do follow them, and don't use we, don't use maintenance, all that thing. Don't use the acronyms. Use the full form. These are some of the don'ts. Okay, there will be no chances then rejection. And always use separate project in a separate description, separate project details, not in the same one. Numbers may differ, doesn't matters. Yes, you can apply again. If they reject it, no, they will give you the rejection note on what ground they have rejected it. So you have to follow that. The people who have taken the full package, no, they can always reach out to us through the support team. They will be assisting you on that. Mock test is there on the Simply Learn LMS under your assessment. If you go to this assessment, there are 10 Simply Learn paper and 4 or 5, I think, PMI test paper. All right. So these papers are the older test paper, but they are the retired question. You will not repeat the same questions in your exam. Yes, Abhijit, you can. So as we discussed, sometimes applications goes for audit. As soon as you submit your application, PMI randomly picks some 10 to 12% of application for audit. Machine automatically picks up. So immediately with the submission, after 5 or 10 minutes, you may be receiving a mail that your application has gone for audit. So they will give you that link to download that audit form, and then you have to give those references of your project reporting persons, and also you have to upload your mark sheet, whatever they're asking, so you have to just upload those document. In that case, you need not have to give any kind of a documentation for the proof of project details. Only that acknowledgement from the reporting manager is sufficient. You have to take it into confidence that person, that he should not uh, like report wrong, so he should acknowledge it. You have got 3 attempts for each mock test. So you can ping me on the LinkedIn for any other things, or you can always reach out to our support team. They will be connecting us for our any kind of other assistance you have. Joshua, you have to check with your package, right? What is your package validity? What the package you have taken? You have to check with that. Support team can only guide you. I am not the correct person to give you that like information on that part, because what when you purchase that course, what is the validity? That all depends on you. That. Neeraj, that you have to check with our team. Just check with our sales team or the support team whether you can buy it separately, this membership and exam voucher. Okay, you have to see that. Yes, I have shared in that. Okay, now if you go through that, there are some separate. It has got some preparation plan guideline also. If you refer to this my document, no, I have given you some additional links that you can refer to. All that is there. Okay, so you can always go with that. This is all some additional questions. Link for your Simply Learn LMS also. So just follow these guidelines, and your application is not that tedious, but refer to the keywords that I just explained you. You can go through the video on your LMS which is dedicatedly for this application, and what I have recommended you to follow these templates for filling up your application form. That is more than sufficient, and I have also shared you the study plan, isn't it? Ideally 100 to 120 hours is more than sufficient for your preparation team. Always make a timeline and do prepare for it. Now it is a good momentum. Please maintain this momentum. Don't break it. Otherwise, people do take it for long. No, don't break that momentum. Keep this time for your preparation part, and daily you have to at least spend 1 hour or half an hour for your self study, doing some practice test, reviewing your questions. That will give you a very good confidence. All right, so wishing you all the very best. Do prepare well, and I'm very much sure all of you would be able to come out successfully for those PMP. But always wear a PMI hat, follow those PMI mindset. I have also shared that mindset on the drive. If you have forgot some of the points which we discussed, so there is mindset for our exam. I have shared you. Important links gives you the testing center link from where you can browse the testing centers, all that thing, that you can make use of it. So this has got all the necessary information which you might be requiring for your preparation, for your application, that you should use. Okay, so because this application is one of the key deliverable of our PMP project, we have only covered our first deliverable, that is the live classes cohort program. Now your mock test, practice test, your application, your self-study, it is still left for you to complete. Now self-study, you can only tell what is your progress. Hemant, it is a Rita book is a good reference guide. Even PMI do recommend. There is no harm in referring to that. But again, it is a good. If you feel that it is working well, always refer to that. Everybody has to have your own strategy for preparation. But we have to first refer to our exam content outline, and based on that, you do some test. Based on that, just see what are your weak areas so that you can see what works for you. All right. This is how you are going to prepare for your examination. Audit is not tough actually. Audit is just you have to ensure that you have got all those people's references ready with you. Those references you are going to provide to the PMI. Any other questions? The PMP questions, even my folder also has got some of those test paper. So try to do at least 20-30 questions on daily basis. So Brijendra, you have submitted your application last week. Professional qualification might be you have filled wrong. So you have to wait. Once they reject it, you can reapply it. No problem. So we have to be particular because all these exam details, personal details, everything has to be correct. Yeah, no problem, no. So Montespe, it is maybe we have got 20 years of experience, but the PMIs only have an eligibility for 36 months. So you just have to report your last 36 months project experience detail, which is maybe by 2 project, by single project, by 3 projects. Sonal, maybe if they have given you, they will reject it. So again, they will ask you to reapply. So you can always reapply for your application. So, but if you follow the guideline which I have mentioned, don't, there will be less chances that your application would be rejected. You have to mention your project title exactly correctly. That is what I just mentioned. You can take the help from ChatGPT also. 1 to 2 line of a project description, objective, outcome, that has to be followed correctly. Exactly. Gap between the two projects is accepted. Only we are bothered about the last 8 years itself. If you have done your project in 2018 to 2020 and when you just did it in 2023 to 2025, it is perfectly okay. Yeah, 5 years gap is also okay. No worries. Any other question, team? Minimum percentage is 50% for your certification unlocking, but you should aim at 70 to 75% for checking that you are prepared for your real-time exam. All right, team. So big thank you because it was a wonderful association we all had for our 6 weeks. You all had given me good learning also by your questions, by interactions. So wishing you all the good luck, all the best for your PMP exam. So once you clear it, do acknowledge it, do tag me also on the LinkedIn. Yeah, always you can reach out to us through the support team. Raise a support ticket. They will be reaching out to us for any support. You can give your ex-manager also. Maybe that person is not currently working with the same company. It is always okay. They might be shifted to some other organization. No worries. You have to just share their email ID and the contact number because during your project, he was your reporting manager, no? So it is okay if he's not no more with that company. All right. So thank you, team. Thank you for all your kind words, appreciation. And really, I would be more proud if all of you becomes a successful PMP. All right. So thanks again. Do prepare well for any support. You can reach out to us and we would be happy to assist you. All right, Lindsay, I'll just share it on the LMS also because I think you're struggling with the drive. I'll do that. This PMP application part, definitely I'll do. Ankit, try to not use the team member. We should always try to give the person who is above our hierarchy. Because reporting person, they will ask you the reference, no? What was that reference notes? Whether he was reporting manager, your because we should not give the peer members reference. It should be higher to your hierarchy. Reporting manager only. Ramanujan said, I am working in the design center supporting various regions. What if the lead region is not providing the evidence during the audit? Say it is just you have to take that one person or reporting person into confidence that I'm applying for it. It is only going to be there once your application gone for audit. Otherwise, it is not required for everyone. Only in case our application gone for audit. Try to give that person who is going to acknowledge your experience. That is what I should advise you. Try to find out that person who may be giving that acknowledgement. Yes, line manager is sufficient. uh, Nisha, it is the LinkedIn. Okay, just connect me on that only. You can easily find it with my name itself. See, no, project team member will not be fine, Mohammed. You have to report your experience, leading project management experience. So you were the leading. Maybe some part you were leading, no? So don't use as a team member. They will reject your application. That is what experience part, please do refer to the guidelines that I have supported with you, that I have participated in the development of project charter, prepared the project management plan, isn't it, defined our scope statement, created the WBS, created the activities. In that way you have to mention it. Don't mention as a team member. You have to report your experience as a leading project. Abhijit, you can find out the schedule. There are lot many batches which are already upcoming. Up next weekend also we have a batch. I think 9 a.m. That is there. Lot many batches are there. No, we do have. I think every month we have 10 batches at least. All right, team. Great. Thank you all of you, and good day. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am, for an insightful session, and a big thank you to everyone for your active participation. We hope this journey has provided valuable insight and prepared you well to complete your project successfully. Before you leave, a feedback survey will appear in your browser. We truly value your input. If you have enjoyed this session, we would appreciate a 5-star rating. If there is that could have been better, please share your thoughts with us. Your feedbacks help us enhance future session and create a better learning experience for you. Once again, thank you and happy learning.